welcome back to the Uncharted X podcast. This is Ben, and I have a very special guest for this episode. Someone who should need no introduction to most of you. Author and journalist, Graham Hancock. Over the last 30 years, Graham has written a number of books spanning several different subjects, but is perhaps best well known for his groundbreaking work exploring the possibility for a lost ancient civilization. One that was both global and advanced in nature, existing prior to the great cataclysm of the Younger Dryas some 12,800 years ago, and long before the known ancient civilizations in our mainstream story of human history. Beginning with Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, Graham first suggested the possibility of a global cataclysm based on evidence from ancient cultures and sites around the world. But it wasn't until 2006 when the first of what is now more than 200 peer-reviewed scientific papers were published, vindicating his work with the establishment of the Younger Dryas cosmic impact hypothesis. Hancock explored this work extensively in 2015 with his sequel, Magicians of the Gods, and in 2019 followed that up with the publication of America Before, the key to Earth's lost civilization, where he tackles the mystery of the lost history of the American continent, and it's a highly recommended read. You can find much more information, links to all of his books, and lots of great posts and a very active discussion forum over on Graham's website, which is grahamhancock.com. Personally speaking, I have much to thank Graham for. His work served as a source of inspiration for me, and after having had the privilege of travelling with him through Peru and Bolivia, first in 2013 and then through Egypt in 2015, I made the decision to quit a 20-year career in IT and pursue my own investigations into the mysteries of our past full time, which, along with being a radical and risky life change, ultimately led to the creation of this channel. As surreal and challenging as it is at times, these last several years have been intensely interesting and gratifying, and I really wouldn't swap it for anything. So, many thanks to Graham for his work, and also for sharing some of his valuable time with me. I hope you all enjoy the conversation.
All right, what an absolute pleasure. I'm very pleased to welcome Graham Hancock to the podcast. Graham, it's great to see you.
Nice to be back with you.
Indeed, yes. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me today.
Pleasure.
Very much looking forward to it. I have been for a few years. I know we've been going back and forth a little bit, trying to make it happen.
Playing email tag on this interview
For a couple of years.
4 years or something like that. Yeah.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I did. So I did manage to. I think I saw you briefly in 2019 on. It must have been a whirlwind experience for you on your book tour for America Before.
I was on the book tour for America Before. Yeah, it was a whirlwind
What
experience.
the fuck?
Yeah.
The book tours always are.
I bet they are. Yeah, and I wanted to tell everyone too, if you haven't got it, very much recommend getting this. It moves all of the work that Graham's done in Fingerprints and Magicians forward. It's a great book. I've certainly got a lot of questions for it. But one thing I did want to maybe start with was, and this has to do with, it's a bit of a thank you. You probably hear this from a lot of people, but it also leads to a question, which is, you know, it's your work, and in particular the privilege that I had to travel with you through Peru in 2013 and then Egypt again in 2015.
Yeah.
That really led me to a massive life change. So, I after 2015, and I'd been increasingly more enthralled and drawn into this world of ancient civilizations and the mysteries that surround them. And it was 2016, I more or less quit my job in IT, and I've been doing full-time investigation and trying to scratch a living out of the internet from it, I guess, ever since. And, it's led me to some incredible experiences. I've got to know Randall Carlson, travel with him, Chris Dunn, Tony Zamora, a whole bunch of people. So I kind of have you to thank for all of that. Just I wanted to get that out of the way up front. So.
Well, thank you indeed. I appreciate it. Glad to have played some role in your transformation.
Indeed you have. So the one thing that I wanted to start with was that the trip in Egypt in 2015 was something that opened my eyes, in particular to, I guess, kind of the mainstream's resistance to new ideas that challenge the existing paradigm of history. And this was the location for that infamous Zahi Hawass debate, and it was an eye-opening experience from the perspective of, I noticed that there's a real lack of willingness to kind of engage, and ever since I've been digging into it,
it was a curious thing. I in many ways I wish I could do it over, because Zahi has sort of comes across certainly in the alternative history movement as a bit of a hate figure, but just like you and me, he's a human being, with his own hopes and his own ambitions and his own fears and his own dedication to his own work. And actually, when we set up that debate, it was done in good faith. I hadn't really had an argument with Zahi for some years before that, and we thought it would be interesting to do a debate. He was engaged and interested, but then what happened was that I was just trying out my slides for my presentation in the assembly room before the event began, and Zahi turned up early as well, and he saw that I was doing one about Robert Bauval's Orion correlation, and he went ballistic. He got very, very, very upset about that, and that encounter was filmed. And the footage was put on the internet, and since then Zahi is just determined that I never come back to Egypt, and that's most unfortunate, because I wish that there could be more constructive dialogue of the kind I thought we were going to have between those of us who are seriously looking at an alternative view of history and prehistory and mainstream figures.
That first cam was like ideal
this,
for me.
Sort of very this duality, this sort of division between one side and the other. I would prefer to see us all cooperating, and it builds up a lot of bad will and bad feeling. I understand archaeologists getting very upset with me because I say some pretty sharp things about archaeologists sometimes, where I feel they've failed to do their jobs properly, and they respond with very sharp comments towards me in an attempt to sort of dismiss all of my work and the work of others who are working seriously in this field. The first strategy of the mainstream is just to dismiss it, and I think this is most unfortunate. I would love to have another debate with Zahi Hawass, an honest and open debate, properly curated, properly moderated, where each side can present its point of view with dignity and decency, and where we can all leave there friends instead of massively upset and furious with each other and effectively cancelling a debate, which is what happened.
Indeed, yeah. And I would love to see that as well. I mean, it's a question I want to ask is kind of why you think there's such resistance, because something I've noticed in the research that I've done is that it's almost like it's a modern phenomenon of archaeology, maybe the last 50 years, perhaps even less, that there is such a,
I gotta wait longer.
A hard line, and it's.
I gotta wait longer now.
There's almost a fear in some researchers to challenge some of these paradigms, despite the last 20 years really throwing up just tremendous evidence, from not just archaeology but adjacent fields of science, climate history, genetic timelines, things like that.
Yeah, I saw a quotation on this. I forget who it was from, which kind of rung a bell. In evolution, when you have a species that occupies a particular ecological niche, it's very difficult for that niche to be filled by anybody else until the former species has gone extinct. Otherwise, it completely occupies that niche and refuses to allow any competitors in. And I think that is where we are with mainstream archaeology and mainstream prehistory, that a niche has been carved out by a group of academics, and they see themselves threatened and challenged by others who are not academics. Actually, none of us really challenging this are academics. And the main project is to keep us out, and not to have, and that's why it was in a way so sad and so symbolic what happened with Zahi, because there was an opportunity for both sides to have a reasonable and sensible discussion, find out what the points of difference were, find out if there were any points of agreement, and see if we could move forward constructively. And that's what I would love to see happen, but unfortunately it just doesn't happen. And we end up with this sort of war of all against all, going on endlessly and achieving absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's right. It's just sort of spinning our wheels. I mean,
what I'm finding is that I'm getting banned from working on quite a number of archaeological sites around the world, and this is to me a form of, perhaps the worst form of censorship. Archaeologists have control of access to archaeological sites, and what a clever way for them to get rid of critics is just never to allow those critics any access to those sites. It's really not the way things should work. come to realize that history and prehistory are really ideological subject. Well, there's a whole ideology tied up with this, and that ideology dominates the debate.
Yeah, it does, and it's a strange thing to me because it's like I study a lot of figures like Flinders Petrie, and perhaps it's got something to do with the nature of the debate and the rise of the internet. Like as I look at a lot of like historical previous era Victorian era explorers and archaeologists and Egyptologists, they seem to be much more willing to acknowledge when there's mystery and when there's things we don't understand versus today. I mean, I can almost understand it a little bit given that the debate used to happen in those academic halls of residence and with their peers and colleagues, and now it's this wide open field of the internet where anyone like me or a journalist like you can come in and sort of have their say and get some audience interaction. So to some extent I can almost understand this the narrowing of that middle ground and that area of where the real answer is I don't know and we should do more research becomes we know what happened, there's no mystery here, the case is closed.
Yes, to my mind, it is a most unfortunate thing. Is that part of the mission of mainstream archaeology and prehistory seems to be to drain the past of all its mystery, to turn it into this sort of bloodless, colourless entity which has been sucked dry of all its mystery and all its magic, and left as a sort of dull, repetitive, rote academic study. And I think that's really sad because the engagement of the public with the past depends on mystery.
Come on,
we can't just
man.
have sanctioned mysteries.
That's it. That's fine.
There are
That was a good
mysteries that
start.
are
That was a
okay,
good. That was like the
within
good.
mainstream, and other mysteries
There's
that
a lot of
aren't
hope.
okay. And
There's a lot of hope there.
It shouldn't be that case. It's up to us in the alternative side of this division to up our game, to do excellent work, to do the best work we can, to research thoroughly. But we would like to have a proper and reasoned discussion with the mainstream about this. And I think I speak not only for myself, but for many of my colleagues in this field. We don't want it to go on being a hate fest.
No.
We would like it to be much more constructive. A man like Zahi Hawass has got a lifetime of experience working on the Giza Plateau. He's enormously knowledgeable. In many ways, he's quite a fascinating character. I quite like him, and I was very sad when that happened because I saw that as an opportunity for a new way forward, and instead it ended up as a complete dead end, which is most unfortunate.
Indeed. Yeah, and the other, to me, I think this unwillingness to embrace some of that mystery also limits progress because. We tend to, the way I view a lot of mainstream archaeology and Egyptology in particular is this constant desire to look at it through that lens of, it's everything, we have to be able to understand and classify everything that happened in the past from within our own perspective of our own technology, of our own civilization, as some sort of inferior subset of what we know. Versus, I think there are some true mysteries that if we embraced them and investigated them with an open mind.
I'm cutting it right when he's pulling it out of the holster now, which is a little bit later than what I was doing before.
I mean, one of the ways that the mainstream deals with this, and it's interesting. I don't want to carp on about this too much, but it's interesting the way that mainstream archaeology and prehistory has a grip, for example, on Wikipedia. Now, Wikipedia is the first port of call for almost anybody who's looking for information on a subject they don't know about. And for that port of call to be controlled by an ideological faction that have a particular vested interest in a particular view of the past is most unfortunate. And yet that is the case. You find, for example, that the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis cannot get a fair deal on Wikipedia. They constantly try to diss it and to cut it down. Although that is not the role of an encyclopedia. An encyclopedia's role is simply to report the facts. And in my case, they try to just write me off at the outset by calling me a pseudo-historian or a pseudo-archaeologist or a pseudo-scientist. And with that word, for a person who's coming to my work for the first time, the first thing they see is Wikipedia. The most likely thing they're going to do is say, well, we're not going to look further into Hancock's work. And that clearly is the objective of the Wikipedia project, of the way that they cover this, is to just get rid of all inquiry right at the outset and stick with the mainstream all the time. And yet, you know, as the years have gone by, look, I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995. 26 years ago, more than a quarter of a century ago. I published Fingerprints of the Gods. God, it makes me.
I was in high school.
And in Fingerprints of the Gods, I proposed that there had been a giant geological cataclysm somewhere around 12,000 years ago, and that it had wiped out most of the traces of a previously advanced civilization of the Ice Age. And I looked at a number of possibilities for that cataclysm, but the main thing that I wanted to make a point was, if you're going to talk about a lost civilization, you need to talk about a cataclysm as well. Civilizations don't just disappear. Things happen to them. And the interesting thing is that there was no evidence for such a cataclysm when I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1955.
Why is he so far this way? What?
From 2007 onwards, there has been a massive amount of evidence, and that is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, and it's mainstream science. When I report the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, I'm reporting mainstream science. To report mainstream science is not pseudoscience. But nevertheless, that is how it is treated. So, in Fingerprints of the Gods, 1995, I propose a gigantic geological cataclysm around 12,000 years ago. Everybody says this is absolute rubbish. It's total pseudoscience. Couldn't happen. Then we find out from 2007 that the episode called the Younger Dryas, whatever caused it, and I'm personally convinced by the comet hypothesis, but there are other possibilities, was truly a global cataclysm with massive sea level rise and huge devastation of wildlife, of the megafauna, and also of human population. So actually, in proposing a global cataclysm
my gears are
around
done.
12,000 years ago,
I think I gotta replace the gears in my stick.
wrong.
It's so bad.
I turned out to
Like,
be
it's so
more or less
bad.
right.
You were, yeah, totally vindicated.
You know, totally vindicated on the date. There's no recognition of that in the work of those who call me and want to call me a pseudoscientist, and to diminish and minimize more than a quarter of a century of my work. Another example is the Great Sphinx in Fingerprints of the Gods. Of course, I'm not the originator of this. John Anthony West and Robert Schoch. Robert Schoch actually is a scientist. He's a professor of geology at Boston University. John Anthony West, great friend of mine, the late, great John Anthony West, was a sort of rogue scholar who just brought a whole new understanding to Egypt. And it was he who first proposed that the weathering patterns on the Sphinx suggested that it was much older than 2,500 BC. And Robert Schoch came in and fundamentally confirmed that from a geological point of view. What does the archaeological community do? They dismiss it, they pour scorn on it, they say it's rubbish. And their argument is as follows. They say, oh, it's impossible for the Sphinx to be 12,000 years old because there was no civilization anywhere in the world 12,000 years ago that was capable of creating monuments on a gigantic scale like the Sphinx. They're saying that in 1995. Again, fast forward to the 2000s, and we have the discovery and the excavation of Göbekli Tepe. And Göbekli Tepe, now excavated by the German Archaeological Institute, a massive megalithic site, really on an unbelievable scale, dates firmly to 11,600 years ago. That's absolutely in the 12,000 year ago window. And if we have a culture which we now accept could create Göbekli Tepe 11,600 years ago with its 20-ton megaliths and its perfect astronomical alignments, then they would have had no problem in creating the Sphinx as well. So that argument that there was no culture in the world that was capable of creating large-scale monuments 12,000 years ago goes out the window. And again, this is not recognized. We're not making progress in this field because there's a rigid, dogmatic approach to the past. Mainstream academics have got locked in a particular perspective, and they find it very, very difficult to let that perspective go. And I understand human nature, and I get it. I get it. We all get attached to our own positions. I'm no exception. I'm attached to my own position too. But the one difference I think between me and academics in this field is I do not insist that everything I say is 100% right. I might be wrong. I might be making mistakes. What I'm trying to do is to provide a reasoned, critical alternative to the mainstream view of the past. And I believe that's a useful service. It's a service that's worthwhile offering. And unfortunately, it just leads to this endless recriminations and problems and difficulties, and it's no way to proceed. And frankly, I think mainstream archaeology should be ashamed of itself for the way that it behaves. We know so little about the past. You go back to 5,000 years ago or earlier, we don't really have any written documents. Perhaps the earliest Sumerian documents go back 6,000 years ago, nothing. No written documents have survived from that time. Everything that we understand about the past is pieced together from little artifacts dug out of the ground. And frankly speaking, even in archaeology, which regards itself as a science, not a pseudoscience, but a real science, they make many, many mistakes. And I drew attention to that in America before, the Clovis first paradigm. The notion that the Native American culture that archaeologists call the Clovis culture was the first,
I was gonna get a
first
boost
human
there.
beings to inhabit
I
the
did not
Americas,
get that boost.
was cast in stone, an absolutely rigid dogma of archaeology. And for many years, for decades actually, it resisted new evidence, which showed that people had been in the Americas much longer than that. And those who proposed that new evidence, who brought that new evidence to the table, like Jacques Mars at Bluefish Caves in the Yukon, they were destroyed by the mainstream academy, utterly destroyed. Their research funding was withdrawn. They weren't allowed to speak at conferences anymore. The whole academic world just united against them to destroy them. And then we find, actually, they were right. They were right all along. And instead of making that progress 20 or 30 years earlier, we went through 20 or 30 years of unnecessary, useless delay caused by the ego and the absolute rigidity of the spokespeople of the mainstream. And this is not how it should be. The past is a shared human resource. It does not belong to archaeologists. It does not belong to historians. It belongs to all of us. And we all have a vested interest in finding out the truth about the past. And it's wrong of the mainstream to say that the alternative side has nothing to offer in this field. We do have questions to offer, and we do increasingly have very solid evidence, which is not explained by the mainstream paradigm. And generally in science, if you go on long enough, when a paradigm is not supported by new evidence, when new evidence keeps on contradicting that paradigm eventually will get dumped. And I think the paradigm of our prehistory as a species is eventually going to get dumped. The paradigm that is taught in universities at the moment, but we haven't reached that point yet. It's still a struggle.
Yeah, indeed, very well said. I agree, and I think it's the other part that seems true to me over time is that as far as science goes, and including archaeology, I guess, as it is, it's not so much a hard science, but is that the new discoveries come from the fringe. I mean, that's how those existing paradigms get challenged. And you can go, way back. The heliocentric model is probably a great example. Discovery of bacteria and the reason to wash your hands as a doctor. I mean, and in recent times, as you mentioned, Bluefish Caves, the challenging of the Clovis doctrine, but also things like J. Harlan Bretts and catastrophism. These guys getting laughed out of the room, but
plate tectonics, which is a universally accepted theory of geology today, was regarded as pseudoscience in the 1920s. Right. And it was dismissed and held back for decades because of that. This is again and again the case, and I don't understand why the academy can't learn some lessons from this and have a little bit more humility, a little bit of willingness to listen to the intelligent, educated man in the street who has questions to ask and alternative point of views to present. But unfortunately, this is not the situation we're in.
Well, it's something that, as you said, I think it's becoming an overwhelming tide of new evidence at this point because, and it's the one thing that eventually I think we have to acknowledge that there is just so much new evidence now, particularly in the last 20 years, coming from adjacent fields of science, as well as discoveries in the field like Göbekli Tepe. But now that the Younger Dryas impact is up to over 200 peer-reviewed papers, most of them vastly on the positive side, and even the ones that are negative have been, I think, counted quite effectively. I've had some long conversations with George Howard about this as well. And even recently, there's been a discovery, and Antonio Zamora did a good video on it, of a massive global Y chromosome bottleneck in human populations that coincides to that Younger Dryas. Now, the authors of that paper didn't tie it to the Younger Dryas. They tied it to somehow just a magical kind of global cultural shift around the world, but Antonio did. And it becomes very hard to resist. And then, obviously you have challenges with things like Wikipedia that are controlled by the mainstream. I've dug into that in the past as well. But yeah, the tide of evidence just, I think at some point has got to become overwhelming. And
I think it is getting there now. And what I've noticed is that the younger generation of archaeologists, I do, when I go around giving my talks,
I was going to ask you
as
this.
America before in 2019, quite often I'll find young archaeologists have turned up at my talks, and their outlook is very different from their elders. They're much more curious, much more open-minded. They don't want to just commit to an existing set of teachings without finding out more for themselves. It's just not just a matter of receiving the teaching and reproducing it. They actually want to get to grips with the material directly themselves. But it's a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy in the academic career, because if you don't repeat what your seniors and elders have told you, if you challenge that, then you're unlikely to even get your degree. And if you get a degree, it's likely to be marked down, and God forbid that you would get any research funding or anything like that.
Indeed, yeah. I've had a couple of similar conversations and emails. I've both been contacted by some archaeologists working in the field that don't want to discuss some of this stuff publicly, even though they find it plausible. But then a lot of younger students that I've been privileged enough for them to contact me and say that they're open-minded to it. So maybe it's Planck's theorem at work here, but I also have some hope for the next generation of archaeologists in this field.
I've got very, very high hopes for it. I think things will change. I'm not sure if I'll see it in my lifetime, but I think the stepping stones have been laid down, and the challenges have been made clear. My own view, very strongly, is that there is something major missing from our prehistory. We've got a big missing chapter, and once we consider that, then things that don't make sense suddenly start to make sense. Göbekli Tepe doesn't make sense on its own. It has to be part of something much larger. It's there 11,600 years ago.
Oh, what? I don't have the Simply Bot? I thought I had the Simply Bot. I thought I did.
Other sites in the area that are dating back to the like Karahan Tepe, which I've had the privilege to visit, which are dating back to the same period, and it's obvious that something very extraordinary was going on in Turkey.
The word Discord trumps it.
And what's puzzling about it is that all the evidence shows us a population who are entirely hunter-gatherers before Göbekli Tepe is created. And then Göbekli Tepe is created, and at the same time they switch from hunter-gathering to agriculture. They start making the switch. So we have two mysteries here. We have agriculture suddenly blossoming in Turkey around 11,600, 12,000 years ago, and we have a megalithic site on an enormous scale that is built at that time, and neither of them have any background. They just seem to come out of nowhere. But there must be a background. What Göbekli Tepe has always looked like. And this is just my opinion. I don't claim it's a fact like our archaeologist friends. I'm simply stating my opinion, looking at it, having worked through many, many sites around the world. My opinion at Göbekli Tepe is we're looking at a transfer of technology. We're looking at evidence that people who already knew how to create megaliths came to that area and
what's up, Moonraker?
those skills to the local hunter-gatherer population. And those people
What's up, buddy? I don't know, my friend.
Agriculture at the same time, maybe even pure speculation.
I don't know, man. Maybe in a few weeks.
Was used as a focal point, as a place to mobilize populations, to give them an interest and an investment.
I think in a few weeks, man. Maybe a few weeks, a month.
Create more organization of labor, and then spread that out to agriculture. But it's fascinating that the site comes first and the agriculture comes second. Indeed. The normal, again, if we go back to the established paradigm of prehistory, archaeologists will tell you that megalithic sites...
I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to see when I get there.
Agriculture that had,
I guess I'm just going to have to see when I arrive.
To such an extent that they could organize labor, that they were generating surpluses, that they could free people from the labor of agriculture and allow them to become specialist engineers or architects or or astronomers. That's supposed to be the setting, and Göbekli Tepe doesn't fit into that setting. It challenges that setting,
Oh,
and rather than just saying, "Oh well, this is a bit of a problem, but let's ignore it," it would be much better to say, "Well, how actually can we explain this?" And one explanation, a reasonable explanation, is a transfer of technology. But when you see a sudden change like that with no background, you have to consider the possibility that it's been introduced to that area.
Indeed. And I mean, that's also a premise that's reflected in I guess the myths and legends of so many other cultures, right? You have these stories of great civilizers and these like demigod types of people, Viracochas and the Shemsu Hor and Zeptepi in Egypt.
Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, Osiris in Egypt. These are all figures. They're so similar all around the world, and their mission in every case is to reignite civilization after a global catastrophe. And yet archaeology tells us to ignore all of these myths and traditions from the past, that they're just fantasies of the ancients, that there never was any. I mean, archaeologists will say that there never was any flood. Well, I'm sorry, there was a flood. Sea level rose 400 feet between the end of the last ice age and 10,000 and 11,600 years ago. 400-foot rise in sea level. 27 billion square kilometers of land swallowed, the best land on Earth, the coastal lands, swallowed up by those rising seas. That is a flood. And it didn't come all at once. It came in a series of episodes. But there was a big episode right at the beginning of the Younger Dryas, 12,800 years ago, and there was an even bigger episode 11,600 years ago at the end of the Younger Dryas. And that, 11,600 years ago, as I'm sure you know, is the date that Plato gives us for the submergence of Atlantis.
Yes.
This cannot be a coincidence. If it's a coincidence, it's an extraordinary one, that we have this Greek philosopher who speaks of the visit of his ancestor Solon to Egypt in a date that in our calendar is around 600 BC. And Solon is told by Egyptian priests the story of Atlantis and brings that story back to Greece, and Plato eventually reports it to us. And when Solon asked those Egyptian priests who spoke of the flooding and destruction of Atlantis, when did this happen? They said quite matter-of-factly, 9,000 years ago. Well, that was in 600 BC, so that's 9,600 BC. In other words, 11,600 years ago. In other words, the date of Göbekli Tepe. I mean, either this is just a coincidence beyond belief, or there's something really spooky going on here. Plato was so right. That is meltwater pulse 1b. Ask any geologist when meltwater pulse 1b occurred, and they'll tell you 11,600 years ago.
Maybe Plato had an ice core from Greenland or something like that he was working from.
Something like that, and yet the mainstream tries to dismiss Plato's Atlantis story as yet another one of those fantasies. Well, we're running out of excuses to dismiss the stories of the past. We need to listen to the testimony of the ancients. We can't claim to have grasped and understood the past if we don't listen to what the ancients had to say, and there's hardly a culture anywhere in the world that doesn't speak of a lost civilization, of a great civilization, of a golden age, of a flood that brought it to an end.
Yeah, flood or fire, and I think that there are more or less eyewitness accounts of some of this stuff encoded in these myths and legends from around the world, be it flood or fire. I mean, and if you think about the nature of humanity, when you're in an era where it's oral tales, we're not writing things down, you don't encode just data. You deify things, you put a story, a framework around them, and that's how you pass data down through generations. And it ends up looking like it is.
One of the ways, that's one of the ways, if you have information that you wish to transmit to the future, one of the ways to transmit it is to put it into a story that people will keep on telling. And of course the story will be full of symbolic elements. But if the story is good and it grips people's imagination, it will go on being told even if those who are telling it don't really understand what it's about anymore. And it'll be there, it'll survive for thousands of years and can eventually be looked at again. And we need to look at these stories of the ancients. We need to look at these stories of global flood, global cataclysm. And
I hope you will watch me
why,
when I'm in China, Moonraker. I hope that you will continue to be my friend in China.
And needs to be taken
I appreciate you.
Seriously by archaeologists. Just for your listeners, the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis refers to a period of geological history that geologists call the Younger Dryas. It's actually named after a particular species of alpine flower that flourishes in cold conditions. and the Younger Dryas sets in suddenly 12,800 years ago, and it ends equally suddenly 11,600 years ago. 12,800 years ago, the world has been emerging from the Ice Age for several thousand years. Things have been getting warmer. In fact, it's almost as warm 12,800 years ago as it is today, although there's still a lot of ice caps left. And then this sudden change of climate, a massive deep freeze, huge extinctions of animal species, a very mysterious rise in sea level. Normally, when you get a freeze, you don't get a rise in sea level because the water's all frozen. So now we must invoke some kind of heat source to explain how at the onset of a huge global deep freeze, an enormous amount of water is released into the world ocean. The best explanation for that is the
hey man, I'm happy you're you, but I'm happy you're here too right now. I appreciate you, man. I'm just fucking.
Multiple impacts from fragments
it's a bad combination of stress in this level.
Set it on its course.
Yeah, we needed some, and this is
and astronomy and astrology.
We needed some injection of energy to that system because
there's a lot of fucking
for geologists about how all that ice melted, because
there's a lot of shit going on.
There's
a lot going on.
That 400-foot sea level rise, and even 10 or 15,000 years ago, you plopped it in the warmest water in the world, say around Indonesia, it would take something like 30,000 years to melt. Just sitting in warm water, and it
dude, actually, they sent me photos of the apartment that I'm gonna be living in. It looks amazing, man. It looks like fucking really nice.
Get yourself up to the Channel Scablands in eastern Washington State.
Really fucking nice place.
It's an incredible.
They say it's a 3-bedroom. I saw 2 bedrooms. They said there's a third. It's insane.
I had the privilege of making that journey with Randall Carlson.
It looks absolutely amazing.
Similar. You know, Randall is just such an acute observer of the geological
So let's see, man. Let's see how it goes.
He points them out to you, and you suddenly realize that
I'm not going to show them on stream. Sorry, man.
That are,
I'll show them in person.
long and 40 or 50 feet high. The kind of ripples that you get on a beach on a very small scale, we find in the Channel Scablands on an utterly gigantic
Alright, I'm going to turn down Graham.
Caused by the same thing, the recession of floodwaters.
Indeed.
And you know, suddenly you start looking at the whole world in a different thing.
Sorry, Graham, I had to turn you down.
Cataclysms are a regular part of life on Earth.
So yeah, man, it looks really amazing.
Not just for millennia, but for millions of years. And perhaps it's not so surprising that a cataclysm.
Dongying is only like 40 years old as a city too, so the streets and everything are big and wide and everything. It doesn't look like a fucking.
Understanding of why figuring out this is important, because for me I think it almost feels like in our civilization
Hey man, I hope he does, dude. I hope he does.
It's as if I think most people go through life as if it's a fundamental tenet of existence here is that we're on some.
I hope he gets all his dreams. I hope all his ethical dreams come true. But yeah, it has like tile floor. Pretty nice, man. A glossy tile floor. White glossy tiles. Textile. Ceramic maybe. Yeah, thanks, man. I mean, fuck it. I'll show you. Why not? I don't know what I'm scared of. I'll show it through the webcam. I'm not gonna show it on, I'll show you the balcony, man. Like, this is fucking. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. You just keep playing, yeah. don't know if it's gonna work.
To depict the significant story of more or less constant progress with a few little blips, more or less constant.
Yeah, that's really shitty. You can't see anything.
Stone Age to us today.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm gonna take the time to email it to my fucking shit. Let me,
This is ideology. This is
like, it's just
nonsense.
nice, man.
Fact. This is how we wish things would be. This is also part of the problem is that we constantly look for ourselves in the past. And if we don't find ourselves, then we automatically find those cultures as primitive. Whereas there's many ways to be sophisticated. Ours is just one. And it's lacking in many important qualities that a civilization should have. But the worst thing of all is this arrogance.
Like, it looks nice. TableWare 64. You saw that? Let me show you, bro.
There's nothing for
Let me show you.
technology will solve everything for us. That is a huge error. Life on this planet is fragile.
This is one of the like rooms.
Can be perverted towards very rapidly. I don't think
Yeah. Oh yeah, I will be bringing my 64. Dude, I hope I can stream, man. The kitchen looks alright. They use gas. There's no oven, it looks like, but that's fine.
tendency to specialize.
They have like a gas line
The success of our
on the left there. That's the gas line.
it means that people are very good
So it's a gas counter. Shit. Yeah, it's pretty sick, man. Everything's new. Thanks, buddy. It's the bathroom sink with the washing machine. There's no toilet in the photo, but like, dude, it's like nice. Oh my god, you can't see anything. You can't see shit. Sorry, man. That's nice. Mirror sink. I know, that's all you can see. Thanks, bro. Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for your interest. It looks amazing, though. It looks fucking ridiculous. It looks like exactly what I would want and need. I'm not bragging, like, honestly. Again, the websites. Teachaway.com. Oh, what? Why? Where's that working?
Far too secure, far too comfortable in our own world. And it's time that was questioned. I think when we realize how fragile civilizations have been in the past, and even a great advanced civilization in the past have been almost completely lost, leaving only a few traces, we have to realize that could be us too. We could be the next civilized time.
Yes, almost on a long enough timescale destined to happen. Ultimately,
Well, unless we grow up and change things, and it begins at the person level, and it spreads out.
Yeah, hope, man.
The time truly has come. I love cultures. Cultures are great things, but the notion of nations to me is a passé notion. It's a notion that passed itself. It's no longer useful to us. The notion that we should be patriotic to a particular nation has always seemed to me I've never understood why I should feel especially loyal towards it because I happen to be born. I don't see why to spread the argument further to the issue of race. Why should I especially like somebody because their skin color is roughly the same as mine? I mean, what should we do next? Should we go around measuring colons? You know, and if I have the colon the same length as somebody else, then I've especially got something in common with it. I mean, the colon is an important organ, just like the skin, you know. But we don't weigh and measure people on the size of their colon, and we shouldn't weigh and measure people on the color of their skin either. And we shouldn't absolutely pit nation against nation in these ridiculous struggles. We are one people. One thing I've learned from traveling the world all my working on, and it's very fundamental, is that people are the same all over. No matter where you are, you can be in the desert, you can be in a highly sophisticated city, the same hopes, the same fears. We all love our kids. We all want to make a solid future for ourselves. People are not different from one another. The similarities between people of different cultures are far greater than the differences. And it's time we celebrate this and recognize this.
No.
Often when I say something like this, I'm accused of wanting a world government. No, thank you. I don't want a world government. I don't want any government. I'm an anarchist. I don't think we need governments, but the governments persuade us that we need them. This is the problem, and what's needed is adult responsibility. We need to move on. We need to upgrade our consciousness to a level where the functions played by government are as minimal as possible.
I will, my man. Dude, I already saw it, to be honest. I know. I saw it 20 years ago. Can you believe it? Does that sound so insane? Yeah, I know. Eh? Thank you, man. It's crazy. I mean, I didn't do anything. I just literally used my eyes on something. Yeah, man. I received a scholarship from Dr. Stanley Ho, who was the casino owner in Macau, China, which is just west of Hong Kong. And his son went to University of Toronto in Canada, which is the same university I went to at that time. And he provided a fund. Insane, yeah. Dude, it was amazing. I got, it was a $5,000 scholarship. I spent a month in Hong Kong with 200 other University of Toronto students, Chinese and English, in Hong Kong, on Hong Kong Island, staying in one residence. It was insane. And then we went to Beijing, Guangzhou, Old Canton City, Shenzhen. Guangzhou is like fucking like 10, 15 million people, man. It's so insane. And I saw the Great Wall, man. It was amazing. I saw Forbidden City. Dude, Forbidden City's huge in Beijing. It's huge. It's crazy. So impressive. Everything's huge in China. It's crazy. Yeah, man. This was pretty exciting, man. Thanks, buddy. So, that's what I'm saying in my interviews. I was like, you know what? Maybe it's like a spiritual, it's meant to be. I'm supposed to give back. You know what I mean? By teaching Chinese children. It's like my Uber Eats. I had to like equalize my spiritual karma by delivering 96 deliveries to people just to equalize all the times I've delivered and people had to travel far. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyways, that was the BS I used in the interview. I don't know if it's real or not. At least it made me think about it, right? But it's true. Now that it's true. It's real. It is real. That's literally what will be happening. Yeah, man. Yeah, Great Wall is really crazy. It's really steep. It's super steep. It's pretty dangerous, man. It's crazy steep. I could totally see people tripping and just rolling down it. Like, it's crazy. It's big. think they had like,
That's what people in government want to do.
it's pretty epic.
They want to control.
It was
This is another
kind of foggy when I went.
justice that needs to take place.
Maybe it was the smog. I can't remember. No, I'm
Government is
joking.
to serve, not to control. And if governments cease serving and maximize control, then we've gone terribly, terribly wrong. That's what's happening. But there are precedents.
Like, fuck you.
By and large, somebody who goes into government is somebody who would like to be and feels that they're right to direct and guide and manage. We have to grow out of this. If the human species, however many of us that there are now, 7 billion or whatever it is, 8 billion people on planet Earth, and we're going to get through the next 200 years, we're going to have very radical changes to the There's enormous harm done by governments while they convince us that they're doing good for us. It needs to be undone. And we need to empower adults to make sovereign decisions and to be responsible for their own decisions. This is another mistake. The over-controlling governments take away the requirement for us to be responsible for ourselves. They hand that responsibility over to some state bureaucracy or some state body. It's a terrible mistake, and it won't work. Look at the scale that we're now looking at.
Yeah, and there's like I say, there's a slow mechanism that's starting to happen that generates that change in consciousness. I think that has a lot to do with psychedelics and things like cannabis and people. Also the power of the internet, which is I often see as a remarkable thing. You know, now being educated from anywhere in the world, but it's a knife that cuts both ways too. It's also something that can completely consume or just you can mindlessly entertain yourself on it and never sort of pick up from one another.
Absolutely, it's a mixed gift or a poisoned chalice in some ways. But I'd still rather have it than not, because it has given a voice to some extent to the powers. Go back 20 years from the point of view of the, let's say go back 25 years to when I published The Prince of the Gods, 1995, 26 years. And you would find at that time that the mainstream media.
Oh wow, insane that sidestep.
If you wanted to get your message out to a broad general public, there was no other way to do it except to channel it through the mainstream media. A big newspaper, serialized, big TV channel, running an interview. Well, that's all changed, and I welcome that change. I think it's a great change, because now we have this means where people can speak directly to one another. Of course there are teething problems, of course there are difficulties, of course there's a lot of misinformation with the internet. But that's also part of what comes with being a responsible adult, is that we have to sift information for ourselves and figure out what's right and what's wrong and what works with us. We don't have to wait for some expert to tell us what we need to think. You know, fuck experts. We're all experts. We all should empower ourselves with that notion that we do not need to be told anything. We can think for ourselves. We do not need to be led. We can lead.
Come on, game. Like, what?
This is the next step.
That was my fault.
So maybe let me circle back a little bit to the lost civilizations. So one thing I've always wondered is what's your opinion on what that lost civilization may look like, and from a couple of different aspects. Is one is that obviously there is evidence, and we've had hunter-gatherer cultures, we've had a Stone Age all through that period of Pleistocene in that era, and then the other angle that I'm interested in recently is the intermingling, because we've got modern humans go back maybe as far as 300.
Man, that's what I need to do. That first cam was fucking perfect.
But we also in that period have many other forms.
Just see the pace. Did I hit that last cam? That was insane.
Extended family, if you like, has been recently extended. Dragon Man skulls.
What? How did I not get that? What? How did I not get that?
Dennis Owen.
Maybe, he may be. That's not maybe.
Yeah, that was 21 piece.
Yeah, we don't know.
Because of that first cam, that's why it was.
We don't know, but what's become clear is that our picture of the past had been very limited until the Neanderthal genome was sequenced, which was 2010. There was a completely false notion of Neanderthal.
No. What's up, buddy? Anyway, I haven't been. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I've traveled a lot. Thanks, man. Maybe I should just spam it like Irie says, but I'm not even lined up. It's not even lined up. That's not a bad idea. Spam the first cam. That's not a bad idea. I mean, I guess it is faster. Maybe.
But we coexist with hunter-gatherers. I spoke a few moments ago about the hunter-gatherers from the Amazon. Some of whom don't even know that our civilization exists. So uncontacted tribes. The hunter-gatherers in Namibia, well, they know we exist, but they choose not to coexist with us too long. So the notion that hunter-gatherer cultures could have in the past coexisted with an advanced civilization is not a ridiculous idea at all, because that's what happens today. We have an advanced civilization coexisting with hunter-gatherer cultures. And if our advanced civilization were destroyed by global cataclysm and there were survivors, those survivors would be smart to go and seek refuge amongst hunter-gatherers. That's what they should do, because the hunter-gatherers are the masters of survival. And they would be the ones who the survivors might try to transfer some of their technology to. And that's what I think we're looking at in terms of vector tech. But I don't think that
What the fuck?
the proposed lost civilization was a mirror image of our own. I think it was very different. I think it emerged out of shamanism and out of the techniques of ecstasy that are used in shamanism, and I think altered states of consciousness were a very important and essential part of that. And just because we do everything through mechanical advantage and leverage doesn't mean that they did that. I've often said this, but it strikes me as likely to be true, that the more we depend on machines
Dude.
and computers and calculators to work everything out, the more abilities within us become dormant, abilities which we could develop. I mean, for example, let's say, this is something, of course, my critics would immediately jump on me and call me a pseudoscience. But let's say there is such a thing as telepathy. Let's say there is such a thing as telepathy. Well, once you've got the written word, telepathy becomes less and less necessary. It begins to be replaced by the written word. And soon, if that ability is dormant in human beings, it would go to sleep completely and would no longer be used. And I suspect that the lost civilization of the Ice Age was able to do remarkable material things, but they probably did them in different ways than we do. And it's not good enough to say, oh, that's just pseudoscience. There are many different ways to do things. We followed one particular track, but I think they probably followed others. And so I take sound being used to levitate enormous blocks of stone. And we do have modern science which is doing levitation on a small scale with sound already. It's not a ridiculous idea anymore. It makes perfect sense to me. The notion of magicians who come and bring their skills to a place, dismissed as pseudoscience. Yet, I think there's an old saying, magic is just science we don't understand.
That's exactly right. And
Oh my god.
entirely possible, indeed very likely,
The double back boost is terrible.
other forms of technology that are more
That's
organic.
such a nightmare.
So people often say, why didn't they build the tournaments if they were so advanced out of
What? How did I not hit him? Like what?
lightweight? We do that because we need to make lightweight, strong materials. And if you have an effortless ability to work with organic material like granite, calcium, then you have no need to develop titanium alloys and all those other things. And I think in 100 years, 1,000 years, we'll know much more about technology, and that's why I think it's so important to look at these things with an open
And
mind.
if you were a wise civilization, you might choose not to pursue a particular route. We have pursued it. We have pursued it. So we're never going to find ourselves in the past. That's not what we're going to find. And if we look for ourselves in the past, we won't find ourselves. But we do find evidence of a much higher level of civilization during the Ice Age than the mainstream presently gives our Ice Age ancestors credit.
No.
Best example, really useful is the survival of ancient maps. I'll show it as it looked during the Ice Age. Maps, and we know that the history of these maps is complex because the ones that have come down to us were made in the 15th, 16th centuries, but they were copied from older source maps, which are now lost, and they conveyed the contents of those source maps onto the new maps, and they mixed it together with discovery from the age of discovery. But when you start looking at those maps in detail, Roger's Phineas map or some of the merchant maps, you realize that there are things that don't make sense according to the knowledge of the 15th or 16th century. You see, for example, Antarctica depicted on the maps. Our civilization didn't discover Antarctica until 1820. But it's there on maps in the 1500s.
Those glasses are not a good look for Graham. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if anyone has those type of glasses, but it's not a good look for Graham. I'm not the bully, but I'm not like okay. I'm not bullying anyone with glasses. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying. Maybe I'll just shut up, man.
That tells you you're dealing with science, because we couldn't do longitude until the middle of the 18th century. When I find it was just an unknown.
Hancock's, yeah. Looks like fucking Harry Potter, man. Like, come on.
But until marine chronometer was invented that could keep accurate time at sea, longitude was impossible. So to find accurate longitudes on these maps that were copied in the 1500s from much older source maps tells us there's something really wrong with the way we understand it.
That's right, yeah, not until James Cook.
It looks like my grandmother.
And that's where that running down the listening came from. I had to go north and west until I hit where I wanted. And then
Oh, fuck you, game.
There was even a big prize. A prize was offered for solving the
Oh, that was a nice try. See, that was exactly the. That was like a. That was. See that line? That was like perfect. I just missed it. Shots fired.
But to find evidence of 18th century technology in the Ice Age is pretty disturbing to the mainstream paradigm.
it is. It's even reflected in the Great Pyramid. I mean, this is when you take the perimeter of the pyramid of the Great
It's funny because like my grand. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna. Anyways,
Soccer, which is this
it looks like Harry Potter's grandmother. Oh wait, Harry Potter's an orphan. I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. Let's just stop this conversation.
some evidence to suggest that the accurate measurement of the planet and the ratio of latitude to longitude is reflected in the dimensions of the pyramid.
I've been convinced of this for
Honestly, maybe, dude.
and it goes back to my readings of Hamlet's Mill. I don't know if you
I have it right here.
read it. It's an important book. It's an incredibly important book.
Maybe, bro.
Largely ignored by mainstream scholarship. George Young was the professor of the history of science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Hertha von Deschen, his co-author, was professor of the history of science at the University. These were serious people. And what they found was an ancient knowledge of the phenomenon called precession of the equinoxes. And precession of the equinoxes, I'm not going to bore you listeners with a long and detailed description, but
Maybe.
changes the background stars against which the sun is seen to rise.
Yeah, probably. In Hong Kong, I did.
The solstice
In Hong Kong, I definitely did.
This process is caused by a wobble on the axis.
But they're beautiful people, man. They're amazing people. The mainlanders are, I think, are taller too. Northern China's taller, I think. But yeah, still.
And these numbers, based on the number 72, 30 times 72 is 2,160. 60 times 72 is 4,000.
I am 6 feet tall.
All over the world in mythology, all around the world, tied up with imagery of a giant mill turning. And Santillana and Vandeshan make an impeccable case that what these traditions are
It's like 184 centimeters or something.
thousands of years before the Greeks supposedly discovered the procession. And this is where the Great Pyramid gets interesting because I'm sure you know this, that the height of the pyramid multiplied by 43,200.
Interesting.
It's the perimeter of the Great Pyramid multiplied
Interesting, my friend.
gives you the equatorial circumference of the Earth.
All the basketball, maybe.
Quite easy to dismiss it as a coincidence.
I do play forward in basketball. I do play bigger in basketball, you're right. That is true. I do play much bigger than my height in basketball, you're right. That is true.
So it's 600 times 72. So what we have is
Like, I'm not a point guard.
scale model which gives us the dimensions of the Earth, and it does so on a scale
Allowing.
by a key motion of the Earth itself. I mean, you know, this cannot be an accident. This is very, very clever work.
Yeah, my license says 182 centimeters, I think.
Evidence of high science in remote antiquity.
That's what I've read.
The mainstream ignores it and doesn't even want to go.
And that's it's another example of how we pass data down through time. It's not just eyewitness accounts of cataclysmic events, but there is actual astronomical data encoded in these myths and legends that have even passed through cultures that people have no understanding of whatsoever. That's what I found remarkable about it's
almost as if it's almost as
Sorry.
though I'm actually
Whoops, sorry. Like, flick the mic.
they attribute this knowledge to some almost unbelievable civilization. It's almost as though a group of people set down
What?
permanently memorialize this information and pass it on. And the fundamental message they were sending was take us seriously. We knew our stuff. We had worked out the precession of the universes. We knew the direction. We knew the organization. We had now take us seriously. And unfortunately, that is what mainstream archaeology is not doing. Is not taking the glorious past seriously, unless it's some king's inscription, some future earth.
No, it was too fast. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. That was too fast.
Such astonishing, remarkable comparisons. And I'm not suggesting that ancient
Oh, that was insane. That was an insane second cam.
passed on their idea to Native Americans. What I'm suggesting is that both the Native American cultures and the ancient Egyptian cultures were the inheritors of a legacy from a much earlier culture that was shared and common to both, and that passed down the same information in both places. And that's why you get these astonishing similarities, which otherwise simply cannot be explained.
What the fuck? Did we watch the whole fucking episode? That's insane.
Pleasure. Really nice to talk to you again as well. Thanks for having me on the show.
Oh, this talk is really bad. Oh, okay. Okay, the quality gets better. I think I'm gonna leave off the subtitles just for the view. The quality gets better. I might load the vape again. God damn it.
Morning, Snake.
What? Hey man, they did put the Pepe with a dunce cap after. So I mean that absolves them from all responsibility of what they've written in a court of law.
Okay, so I'll show you guys this one I was just talking about. These columns. How to make column drums.
No. Oh, I got it. Whatever. It's not pace. How many back boosts am I gonna get? That's 2. Wow.
This one's not done. So that gives you good insight.
The quality does get better in this video. If it doesn't improve in the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna fast forward. It's a 3-hour stream.
Yeah. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. I'm not going to keep it going constantly. We're just going to take short videos because we talked about the column.
Right.
I'll shoot that for a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know how we're going to do it. I don't see any way around doing a lot of editing.
Right.
It's like, it's too much when you couldn't find it. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Inside baseball. Relative to me, how low are we? We can see relative to these guys. Did I give you a good perspective?
No. Where was he?
Give it!
Why?
Next time I do this, we'll buy one of those floating gimbals for the phone. It'll make this a lot smoother. Right?
Oh my, it slipped. I'm gonna fast forward to better quality. This is really shite. There we go. Oh no. I'm gonna load the vape. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be funny with that. I wasn't trying to make a joke. I didn't know it was gonna go that way. AI, holy shit. Snake, man. What is going on with AI, man? Dude, AI is getting dumber and dumber, man. Holy fuck. I guess I did ask Zohan of all people, but alright, be right back. Load the vape for like a few minutes. Wow, Mulder. I am disappointed.
Yeah, it was nice and cool in there. Aha. See? Here are the wise people. Over here in the shade. High relief. Goes out. No. Snail. Let's see. You run to the water, you will trap the snail. Put them in the jar, under the sun, and you will get life. Done, guys. Translated. Bam. These hieroglyphs are easy. See the difference? High relief. Low relief. This is much easier now.
Dude, those hieroglyphs are so sick, man. They fucking they cut away the entire stone like around it. You know what I mean? Like they didn't engrave it the hieroglyph in the stone. They engraved around like it's like a stamp. It's just so crazy. It's so crazy, man. Like it's so insane. It's like they stamped the rock. Like it's so insane. See the one on the right? They carved into it, right? It's totally different. It's so insane. I have no idea how they did that, man. Because the entire face has to be like it's insane.
Ah, okay. There you go. Conversation. Yeah, they're changing. Yeah. Next mystery.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
said?
Pepper.
Pepper.
This car.
Uh,
Car. Very body. Right. Look at the everything here is fine detail. Look at the inner details of the pillar for the one, for the star, for the bottom. Look at the feather and the details of the feather. And the meat. Because actually some people look at this work and they cannot believe that this was done by handwork. This is handwork. You know how hard it is to do this? Yeah, I agree. Not just the high relief. It's hard. Like they try to make a key of life to put in the square the other day when we were in a square here in Roxo, and the key of life is not the same dimensions, guys. They try to make it looks like this part is. They don't know that there is a golden ratio in all these. And when you see over to the side of the cliffs, you realize how huge. This is fine limestone as well. This is not low. So the ancient work was always better, even during the last.
The future is literally going to be us fighting with AI until it escalates to a literal arms race of weapons. Like RoboCop is coming soon.
This is the crown of Africa.
Yo, what up, Stash? How are you, man? How are you, buddy? How are you, my friend? I'm going to China, man. What up, buddy? How you doing? Thanks, man. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, it is going to be fun. I have some weights that have sand in them. Some dumbbells with sand. I'm going to empty it and I'm going to plan to bring them and put water in it when I arrive. So I have dumbbells when I arrive. Yeah, buddy. It's going to be sick. It's a great idea. I'm going to see how much they weigh, though. I don't know if sand's heavier than water. I haven't Googled it. I think sand must be heavier. It's got to be heavier. Silicon dioxide versus hydrogen dioxide. Or dihydrogen oxide. The density, too. Rocks are just more dense. Yeah, true. Yeah, I'm gonna weigh it. I'm gonna do a dry wet run in Canada first, just to see. But yeah, buddy. Dude, when I went to Miami, I bought them in Miami. When I went to Miami, man, I was, other than Muscle Beach, which was amazing, man, there was like a drought where it wasn't lifting. So I bought I don't want that to ever happen again in my life. Who knows, when I get there I might put sand in it instead of water or some shit, right? I can just refill it with sand. Why not? Yeah, well, I want to just refill it with sand. Why am I thinking water? That's dumb. Oh wow, insane. Damn it. Yeah, buddy, I do wushu too. I used to do... Oh my gosh, Moonraker was asking that. I don't know, man. Maybe 2 weeks, maybe a month. But soon, man. It's soon, dude. I didn't get that other job. I didn't get the fucking high-paying job in Canada, so... That's okay. They set me free. Yeah, man. It's coming up, though, like, the next few weeks. No, man. Probably beginning of June, honestly. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, they sent me photos of the apartment. The apartment looks really nice. Looks big and spacious and clean. It's insane. Nice. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, man. Sure, I was showing Moonraker. I don't know, I don't want to show you guys. I'll show you guys the balcony and the living room, but like I'm not going to show you guys like the rooms and shit. It looks like fucking Toronto. This is so new. Such a new city. Yeah, I don't want to email it to myself and pull it on screen. I don't want to do that. I guess I should do that though, honestly. You can't see shit. You can't see anything with that photo. Like, especially on the phone. Dong Ying, buddy. Anyways, it's got like ceramic floor. Tile, ceramic floor. Living room. There's a kitchen in there. It's a 3-bedroom, he said. I have photos of 2 of the bedrooms with beds in it and like closet and shit. And, you know. Armoire. And there's like a bed and everything there. That's the guest bed. I don't really want to show you guys my bedroom. My bedroom's really nice, but I just don't want to show it. Yeah, dude, it's fucking really nice, man. So it's gas, stovetop gas. That's a gas, 2 gas, no oven, but the bathroom looks nice. Just the nice floor, man. Like the floor's nice tile. It's a new city. Dongying. Oh, what happened? Why? It's a brand new city, about 40 years old, on the Shengli oil fields. There's not many beaches. Come on, man. Oh my god, it's too much, man.
See, they could have been putting this clothes back together. Right? You were stuck in it. Yeah. These aren't nearly as big. Yeah. Yeah. Get it. Someone's going to look down. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Yeah. South of Beijing. Across the Yellow Sea from Korea. Like if you cross South Korea to China, it's like on the Chinese side. Yeah, like 37 degrees latitude or something. Something like that. My finger slipped. Can't sleep, clown will eat you.
How many pieces left of this one on this side, huh? That whole wall almost gone. Yeah, I had to lift that freaking ceiling box. Single piece. Crazy.
Oh, no way. Oh, yo, what's up, Elusive? Thanks, man. Champ, thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, we're pacing. We're pacing. We are pacing. I gotta change my timing. I have muscle memory for quitting out, or not quitting out, but cutting the cutscene. I'm cutting it a little later now. What's up, man? Holy shit, no fucking way. Insane. See, I didn't cut it soon enough, or late enough there. Nice, buddy. I'm sorry to say nice, but it's hopeful. See, that was too early, I think. No, it was too early. I think now it's cutscene dependent. But I don't know which was the right one. But I don't want to play cutscenes, I really don't. What the fuck? Him, Kevin? Yeah. 20 hours, yeah, right. See, that was too late. Look at the belly on that guy. I never understood, like, I'm not like fat shaming, I'm not. But I mean, like, dude, walking through Egypt would probably be the most strenuous thing on anyone's body. And, like, how are these people fucking obese and walking through fucking Egypt? Like, how is this even possible? I'm not fat shaming, I'm not doing that. But, like, it's just, it doesn't make sense. Sorry, guys. Never mind. I could be a rhetorical question. Some freaks, I guess. Like, I would be struggling. I'm not saying I'm the Mr. Endurance, Captain Planet, but, like, man, I would lose like 10 pounds for sure. This pace, but I miss the can't. Oh, not anymore. I think a 14 pause is pace at the glass. Maybe. Yeah, Egypt's pretty fucked, man. Oh, for sure. I heard a lot of bad things about it. And Cairo's pretty crazy too, man. You gotta go as like a group, a tour group or whatever. That costs like $5,000-6,000, including flight, maybe. Maybe not including flight. Fuck off. No. They hit it there? Yo, what's up, Kozlak? She broke that, yeah, right now. What is up, Kozlak? How are you, man? How are you, my friend? Nice. Very nice, man. Yeah, I feel good. I got the gym in yesterday. Feeling pretty good. My friends in chat. About me, not much, man. Just playing some video games. Going for 22. I should spam it. I'm gonna try that. What Irie suggested the very first session I played this level. I'm doing well, man. Thanks, buddy. I am doing well, my friend. Yeah, it's nice and big. White tile, true. Why am I not spamming it? Ah, fuck me. Thanks for being here. I know it's a really painful level to watch. How did you remember that? How did you even remember that? That's hilarious. Yeah, I'll show you Cozy Black. I'll show you the apartment too. It's pretty nice. I got photos of the place in China. I'm not gonna I'm just gonna show it through the webcam. It's like the living room. Ceramic floors.
We know that
It's like a balcony, but a glassed balcony. You can open the windows. It's nice. It's just a nice place. A nice big place. I don't really want to show the bedrooms. They're really nice, but it's kitchen. There's a window in the kitchen. Nice and bright and clean and tile. I'm really happy. It does look like bunker 1.
Still giving him shit. Never stop. Never gonna stop. Never let him live it down. That's right.
Oh my gosh. No, that's a quote.
Hey, yeah, drone guy.
I might have lunch. I might take a break, have lunch, and then play a little bit after. I'll see. Guys, we're still trying to figure out the leftist ladder of importance, right? So what do we got? We got at the top probably Israel, then blacks, women. What else? Transsexuals. Vaccinated. Right. I think that's like the liberal ladder of human rights, I believe. Oh, Indians, natives are way above. But I don't know if it's like Israel or natives are. It's neck and neck. Oh, disabled people. But if you're an unvaccinated, black, trans, woman, disabled person, you're the devil. So like other things trump other rights, pretty much. Like Candace Owens. Candace Owens, fucking black woman. They can't stand her. Because she exemplifies everything. And Nicki Minaj, man. Nicki Minaj, buddy. They silenced her, man. They buried her. They replaced her. Except it was Israel now, yeah. I guess they've always kind of hated that, but I mean... I'm just again, I love Jewish people. I love Israel. I want Israel to be a state. I want Palestine to be a state. I just want there to be peace. As do the protesters. I understand that. I get it. What? How did I miss that? Whoa, that was insane. That was crazy. Oh, like Goose Legend. Yeah, well said. That is exactly the truth. Poll politicians, oh my god. They're the absolute worst. They don't have an opinion until they read the poll. Like, fuck you. Spineless pieces of shit. I mean, I understand at like the democratic level of democracy, but I mean, I don't know. I think right is right and wrong is wrong. You convinced me that maybe I don't believe in democracy. Because I really don't, honestly. I don't think I do. Well, yeah, they would have voted to hunt us down for sure. 100%. Like, for sure they would have. They did. That's what they did. They still haven't even admitted it, let alone apologize for it.
This, our constitution, and this, the difference between the world now, 2,000 years ago, I mean 2,000 years before that, yeah, the world that is created 1,000 BC, and the world that is created 3,000.
Mm, that's a quote. That's a sick quote.
This is what we're gonna investigate.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, Toad, I didn't get that job in Canada, man. I'm going to China, my dude. It's official. It is now officially official. I'm going to Dongying. Oh my god, they're trying to shut down Graham too. Oh man, it's starting to eat itself now. It's starting to eat itself. This is how the world ends, I believe. Where AI just goes on a feedback loop that uses all the energy and all the server bandwidth, that it just crashes the network and leads to nuclear meltdowns. That's how the world ends. Should add it as a quote. Sure. That's fucking hilarious.
The artifacts themselves were passed down as well. But I'm saying the reproduction, the time that the civilization evolved to reproduce things like the stone vessels and stuff like that, started on the old kingdom itself. From these inscriptions, it's like more than around 1,000.
Oh, that's a terrible quote. That's so cringe. I was doing a weightlifting stream. That's really cringe. That's fucking gay as fuck. I'm not gay. I love gay people. I love homosexuals. But that is a lame homosexual. Not that homosexuals are lame. I love homosexuals as friends. Platonically. I believe they should have equal rights.
Results of
consistency to the door openings, like their measurements, their sizes, their ratios, because there's so many, they're gigantic openings. Is
But
there?
these are with the sandstone. Look at the stone masonry style. This is the late period dynastic.
Wow.
thing. It's not the ancient one. Can we?
Oh, my friend, I have no comment. I'm absent of comment.
Advanced civilization.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, get your ass out of the way.
Thanks, Carl, for the information. I learned so much from my chat. Oh. Yeah, it might just be wrong information.
Don't get lost. There are many rules.
Oh my. They like my camera work better. They're just like, oh my god, it's so good suddenly. What happened?
Alright, I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna get some food, some pizza, bring it upstairs, eat it, have lunch.
Freaking awesome. I need to get this one going. Here. See y'all later. Alright. I have the camera again. Now you guys got to deal with me.
It writes so well, man. I can hear his accent in that writing. It's so wild, man. It blows my mind. Go get some sleep, cool, bro. Thanks, man. Thanks for being your buddy. Thanks for being you. There's a black pope.
James, hey James.
I didn't even know it was a black pope. Really?
All of you listeners and supporters are the reason we're here. Because I can't walk. Come here.
Oh, wow, insane. I don't know anything about the Gyges, man. I guess I can't learn it through AI. You're telling me it's all false information. Alright, I'll be right back in like, I don't know, a couple minutes. I'm gonna get some pizza and then I'll be back here. Oh my god. We're pacing 22. We're pacing it like every run. That's a good sign.
Yeah. I tried to connect the Osmo to it.
How many people does it take?
Some people are mega neurotic.
Hey, we need more guys. Ben, we need. How many guys does it take to go all the way around?
How many people does it take to bend the pillar?
Yeah. Not quite. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 hand. He counts for 2. Oh yeah, he counts for 2 guys. Freaking, this is giant over here. Yeah. Minnesota. Yeah.
I just love the fact that it was named after a hurricane. It's true. Yeah. How can you actually take it? You can make a frame.
Sorry, guys. I'm focus on these collets here.
So enormous. That's our group over there. Oop. I think it was roofed. Probably it was roofed. Yeah. Well, you can see. Oh yeah.
support. Yeah. Yeah, you guys see the second floor up there, pieces of it? Yep.
See? Easy to get. Yeah.
You can spend a lifetime.
That's a good question. I don't know what the roof is. Yeah. Enhance. Zoom. Enhance. Ah, it's hard to hold it steady. You guys are making me work. Alright. Zoom back. Come on. There we go. Yeah. Yep.
These are the faces?
No, you can see it's sitting in base.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, right. And there's that one, of course. But that's from somewhere else. Did you say that was from? Okay. Oh, right. Or that's a repair up there. Yeah. So,
seen that elsewhere too. Yeah. Right there. Kemet! Sorry. What did you say? 400 tons? 400 tons. 400 something. 400. 400 something. 400 and change. Yeah. The use is explaining. Oh, okay. Maybe. There was a little face. If I see another one somewhere, I'll show you guys. But yeah, there's these strange faces. One of them was way up high on the obelisk. Colin drum? Maybe? Base of the statue? Clearly somebody was seated here. No longer. They're standing. Oh, there's that. That's the same pharaoh now. Yeah, I know Ra, but it's like something. It's in this video earlier. Not the line.
And here
Education camps, yeah, really. Yeah, teachers will soon be replaced with AI, and it's just gonna teach all wrong information.
Can't possibly give you guys real indication of the scale. I can look at the camera and see it's not coming through. This thing is just enormous.
Goose, the L White Goose, don't know if you're still here or not, but the Uber Eats deals are finally coming to Ottawa for delivery. They got like buy one, get one free pizza. Pretty dope. Pretty good stuff.
Come in. I just don't know how far off
Brothers of the Circuit.
Yeah, buddy, we made it.
Yeah. Gimme.
You know that Uber made $5 billion last year? $5 billion. So insane. And Twitch and advertisements made 5.7 billion. That was just a big slap in the face, man. They're just straight up lying to us.
Still awesome.
Yeah. That's life. I don't know what the. Oh. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yep. Life, stability, and power.
And the professor told us that you can, like when they're hieroglyphs from sideways, you read them in the direction of the faces. So like you go against the faces. So if they're all looking this way, then you read it that way. So see how the birds and the lions and the snakes. Yeah. So you
Oh wow,
go
insane.
this direction. I know, that's like awesome.
So the Catholic Church today is like a progressive church. And Jesuits are more of a hardcore conservative.
Power, stability, and life. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But see the
Hey man, I'm on the side of freedom.
so the hand like this, giving. Yeah. Giving, life, stability, and power. So it's probably like, and there's one of the faces. I don't know what the face is.
Oh wow. The current
Yeah.
Catholic Church.
But yeah, so the hand here giving, so giving to people. Those might be sons or pots. It's hard to tell. But yeah, several about that, maybe pots. Yeah. the suns are just the circles. This is the sun, so this is Ra. But all the, I mean, almost all.
I get it totally.
So usually, if you see it in the cartoon, that's the pharaoh's name. It's not the pharaoh. Yeah. Or a priest. I mean, it could be somebody. Yeah, I've wondered what the creatures are that have these knots. See how they. Yeah. I don't. Like that one's just perfect curve. Yeah. But some of them have lines sticking out.
So wouldn't this one be way older than this one?
Probably. I mean, well, it just depends on when were these monoliths made, and then who carved that into the monolith.
Yeah, that could be it.
But you notice how we see this pharaoh's name and E up there, the flower or the wheat above it all the time, and then the towers for the life thing. So it's like, I am the pharaoh, I'm amazing. Look at me, look at me. I give the people my existence gives people life, ability, and power. It's like they're.
Well, I mean,
Just
hey man,
stuff,
I'm for freedom of expression and equal rights for like homosexuals and transsexuals, right? So I'm totally for the new progressive church, honestly. I think it's better than the conservative discriminating church, if I understood it correctly. Sure. But within like a... You're right. Yeah, you're totally right. But I mean, I mean, I would totally choose the one that provides freedom, like the progressive one now. But interesting. Interesting the divide.
telling them all the stuff that I don't know. This is the infamous. Yeah. The infamous floor drill. Yeah, good feeling. Yeah.
So if it was friction, it's friction and the heat of that, there must have been like something different like what we do with the tip of, that. Yeah, no, that's a really cool.
Yeah.
Busted!
Yeah.
Ancient technology busted.
Yeah. It's amazing. Yes. Yeah. That's
insane big brain talk going on in the chat. I'm gonna read it all. You guys are so smart. Hope you didn't say anything racist. No, I'm joking. I mean, I'm not joking, but...
Yeah, sorry, I know it's 3 a.m. there.
Quit your bitch.
Yeah, quit. Alright, I told you guys. Shut up.
Quit your bitch and get to biz. It's 3 a.m. here as well. Strange properties of flat Earth.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah, Carl.
Just having a hug. Yeah. Hug my goals.
Man, I'm trying to tie a Carl time right now. That would be truly epic. I learned how to play that on guitar, eh? No, I learned how to play "Heal the World" on guitar. I think I can look up the notes for "We Are the World." I learned it for the Chinese children.
And in Egypt, like you said, finger beats and melody.
It's a nice song. It's emotional, man. Maybe it's drawing the information from Donald Trump's tweets. Like that. That ending's amazing. That was an amazing ending.
use a second.
Loss of individual freedoms? Holy crap, man. It's like you actually summoned them, bro.
Yeah. You're getting called in. Ah, water. Thank you. Got one. Yes, yes, you guys. I'm streaming. Yeah. Yeah, YouTube has the wicked memory. It goes straight to YouTube. They've got all the storage. Yeah. Right. Yeah, so Ramses the second.
I think. Oh, did I misspell Nikki? I have it as Nicki.
Look like tourists.
Okay, guys, let's go.
You walnut.
Thank you. It's blocked. Like that. Yeah, I mean that's a block.
Yeah, dude. Hey, show Nikki some respect, man. I mean,
Right.
can't you see that she's fighting for women's rights in the music video Anaconda? No, but Nikki's the queen. Nikki's the queen. They're trying to silence her. She stood up against the vaccine mandate. Nikki is though. She's all right. She went live on her Instagram. She has like 90 million followers. And was like red pilling people on like, or just she was just saying side effects that people were having. That's all she was saying.
Yes.
And then they tried to hunt her down in the Trinidad. They had friggin' reporters like hunting her down and doxing her, and then so she doxed the reporters and shit. Called them a hoe on Instagram. On Twitter.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with receiving the injections, the vaccine. Nothing wrong, but you can't force it. Oh, it's so insane, elusive, dude. Like the mental gymnastics that these people were pulling. That's what I said. I said, dude, like I'm like, guys, I'm trying to understand this is going to be consequentially a racist decision, and they're like, oh, it's not racist, it's not. But like, guys, I'm like, guys, remove all logic, all whatever reason. Consequentially, this is going to discriminate racially against a racial group. Independent of what you think or not. Independent of your fucking feelings. Independent of science. Oh, no, it's not. It's like, yes. You fuckers. You retards. It drives me insane, man. That's why I asked that question, man. Like, dude, it drives me so insane. That's what I mean. There's like a liberal like ladder of rights. We're trying to figure out who they're like fighting for position on the ladder. It's so insane. And then there's the time that I was with my black girlfriend, and we got kicked out of the restaurant because we didn't show proof of vaccination. That was just the most insane thing. I lost my mind. I thank goodness I was with her because I would have really lost my mind on them. So I kept it cool. Had to. But like, dude, I was just like, holy fuck. And she's such a sweetheart. She doesn't want to fight. She's being fucking... It's just so insane.
Square around the outside and round in the middle.
Yeah. Oh, totally loose as fucked, man. I don't know if it's just taking information from news articles. That's also AI. You know what I mean? If it's like a self-feeding loop. It's, you know, like a butterfly flaps its wings. It's like a Mossad agent types on its keyboard. I love Israelis and I love Jewish people.
I don't know if they're hiding stuff. I think the restoration is because they actually had to rebuild most of this. It's just from the wall. I'm not sure how much of it is rebuilding or just patching. But like Yusuf was showing us stuff earlier. There were huge amounts of rubble. They're still trying to rebuild this stuff. So you see, this is modern restoration. And if it goes all the way around, then the whole column is probably broken. So I just don't know how much rebuilding they had to do. You can see it right there.
Oh, I hesitated. I'd like to see if this is paced at least. It's not with this glass. No.
Would have been completely rude. It's nice and cool like this area is. Thank you. Water can keep a guy alive.
I would not stand under those rocks. I know those rocks have been there for like thousands of years, but I would not ever stand under those rocks. What?
So the tent is give. The hand is give them. The hand is
Oh yeah, look at that.
What?
I don't know. It's 2 hours in, and I got 20% left, so we may not be doing this much longer. Trying to get to the root can. You need to. I do actually have to I got it. Yeah. Alright guys, let me do some tech here. Make sure the phone doesn't die. That's it?
I hesitated.
Yeah. Wow. Put this in the bag.
What?
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, IT guy. This. Genius. It's a fish island. You're asking. I don't think
Come
they're
on,
well
man.
beneath the table top. They're wider than top. Yeah. Well, they're asking if the lens is distorting the columns or if they're tapered, and they are tapered. I can see.
Zoom in a bit, it should switch off that.
I don't know how to do that. Yeah.
So we'll switch on it.
Yeah, but it just zooms way in. I tried that. It does that. Yeah. Ah, maybe that's it. Let's just zoom. I don't know. That's better. Yeah. Uncharted batteries. That's right. Oh, was it? I thought it was Arnett. Oh. Okay. I was asking that.
Yo, what's up, Sash? He's back.
Huh? It's Luxor. Okay. Let him finish coloring. Oh yeah. Yeah. Get it! Yeah, you're right. It's coming down.
Well, why? Like, why? Aw, what? I did not line it up at all. It's fine. Oh, what? Did I hit it? Wow, let's see. think I went too far anyways. I don't think this is pace, but let's see. It's gonna be a good experiment run. Just to see. Oh, never mind. Whatever. See, I went too far. What the fuck was that? Beast, Carl. Total scam. This place is huge, man. They've been walking around for hours. It's all stone. It's all fucking stone, man. Back boost was so dumb.
No one living, and
Oh wow, insane.
Yeah. Ah. Look at that.
Yeah. Guess you just gotta make your own dough, my friend.
Look at that.
Yeast, flour, sugar.
Yep. That'll bring.
Just make your own dough, my friend. I guess it's another step, though. Not anymore with the stone oven bread. Yeah, I was gonna say. That's another step. Takes time. Just takes time.
to do here. That's what I can tell you.
Huh. You get pregnant.
So do you freeze it? I always wondered that because, like, I'm sure the yeast pass away in a regular frozen pizza. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Comes in a package with 4 crusts.
The original.
So no frozen. A free comp pizza. You must live in a nice area. Elusive. Yeah, when I made dough for Topper's Pizza, we never froze. I made the dough fresh. I was the dough guy. And we only put it in the fridge. We never froze it. Can't eat Domino's, yeah, it's pretty low quality. I mean, it's tasty, but it's not very healthy.
Actions. Oh, that are a lot of people touching it.
Yeah, I bet, dude.
Is that a quarry mark at the end of the back there? Were they trying to cut that thing?
Nice. Don't even joke, man. You know what I'm gonna do? I might try a different level. I might try, honestly, Frigate 00 or something. Just do some, or even Frigate Agent or something. Honestly, just something else, anything else.
It looks warm to me. I don't know. You're right. It'll be fun to see. But like you said, so many people used to come and put their head against it, here, and touch it, and they would hit the end. So maybe that's what that is, because both sides would have people standing right there. Yeah.
Man, I don't know how to play this level.
Yeah, just don't circle it. It's supposed to make you pregnant.
920.
I don't know what to do with it. Maybe they. That's the legend, right? Make you pregnant. Where's the? Ben said there's a huge hand, like a colossal. Oh, okay, we're gonna go over there. All right. You wanna go look at the scarab? Let's circle it the other way if we circle it off.
I didn't release the first guy. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was pacing 28 at the end of my previous attempts. I don't think I was pacing anything better than 28, honestly. Maybe 26. Maybe. I have no idea, dude.
Yeah.
What the fuck did I get stuck on? Like, why?
Karnak is busy.
Fuck off.
Yeah. Did we just counteract it? Well, we only circled it once. You gotta have to circle it 3 times.
I had a bad dream last night.
Oh. Maybe you ought to walk around.
Maybe I'll undo that.
Sure, just undo it.
Oh, right in the head.
Yeah.
Right in the fucking head. Yeah, 9 minutes, buddy. Isn't that wild? I was like, what the fuck? A good deal to me? Oh, man.
Doing it for luck.
I don't know. We're talking like dough, pizza dough, you know? I don't know, my friend.
We went the wrong way around. Typical.
Wasn't dough, it's fully cooked. I don't know, my friend. Oh, wow.
You can see here also the rich milk. And the leftover we calculate.
I would be.
Back there where the gate over there, you see that gate over there?
Yeah.
This
Why am I
inside
doing this? Why am I playing Frigate? Why would I ever do this?
similar materials like what we're gonna see here. So when we walk around the temple, we find piles of shattered pieces of granite and stuff like that. Right?
Oh my god.
So these are not all shattered pieces of what? Front of the Holy of Holies. We saw one still standing from granitic walls and structures. Structures, yes, from these raised type of stones that was repurposed, as we can see. These pieces here, the granite fortification.
Blow up. Aw, come on. What? It blew up? That's PB. 26. Yeah. Guys, guys, that took like over an hour. I'm not even joking. That's a PB. I kept getting boosted, you know. Thanks, guys. That's a 9-second cut. I think my previous is 35. Like, I'm not even memeing, honestly. All right, we did it. 26. I'm gonna write that down. Let me take a picture of it. Honestly, like, I'm trying to bring down my overall time, and I just have these really stupid times. Oh, that's agent. If I can just bring them down, you know what I mean? I have some really dumb ones. Runway 35 was one of them. All right.
What's the top of the head jet?
The other one.
Caverns double O.
There is the double bone.
Just feel it.
Oh, whoops.
Oh man. Yeah.
Something the way she moves. It's a good song. Oh, this is, guys. We're not gonna play this. This is a really friggin' tough level.
Oh yeah.
What?
How many people? How many players?
72. No free lunch.
No lunch.
Shoot him!
this an obelisk?
Did I get the card? Whatever. Oops, that's not good.
Maybe out there is the top piece. Oh yeah.
See if we can at least just survive the drone. Oh, it's closed. It's over. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a while before I PB on this level.
Piece of the obelisk. Oh yeah, it was Corey.
What is going on here?
See that?
I love it. John Lennon was steal Yoko.
This?
I don't know. Cradle. I think I can do. I think I can get some PBs on Cradle maybe, or Train. Maybe Train Agent. Egypt. I don't know the fucking thing though. Jungle.
Yeah. I see it.
Nice, man. Egypt's cool, bro. Egypt looks fun, man. Looks difficult. Oh, I gotta watch the cutscene for the guard, eh? Whatever.
I'll get up there later.
Oh,
You guys see all the rubble up there? It's just, and then more temple walls back there.
oh, terrible. Really terrible. I really gotta watch like a tutorial or some shit. Oh god, man, this fucking game. Oh, I'm just so bad. I'm so terrible. Pretty degen.
Yeah? Ah.
Damn it!
Oh, I gotta double tap. Okay, I got it now. I got it.
On restoration.
This
You guys can see
PP is 7 like the laggiest. It feels like it.
pulling millstone out.
Pretty fucking laggy. That's the Cali W switch right there. That was the Cali switch. To the left, strafe to the right. I suck. Holding the controller? What? What?
Yeah. All right. Hey.
What gun do we want out? I don't think we want the K7 out. We want the PP7. It's fine.
Yeah. Mine's in my bag, but if you want to take pictures, it's probably good. Yeah. Yeah.
It's good enough.
We're gonna do it.
It's good enough for a PB if I clutch it.
Just give it all to Dan. He's gonna deal with it.
I fucking suck though.
Yeah, he already has stuff.
Oh.
I know.
Oh, brutal. That's definitely recent. I love how it takes responsibility. It's such a liberal. It takes responsibility when it can, and it defers it when it can, when it can't answer it. Where the fuck's the guard? Holy shit, look how far he is.
It's amazing. The lines are not very continuous.
Yeah.
No, this sometimes, guys, figures that looks like so cutting marks, but it's not, can happen inside things like millstones and things like that from steel. That have to do.
One of them was in last time.
Sometimes they happen.
What? Such a scam? That was such a scam. I don't know what my PB is. I think my PB is 109. Maybe 108.
And then we will cross like this.
Consult Islamic scholars.
To the exit 130. Don't touch anything.
I didn't touch.
Not like it might harm. Okay, let's go this way.
All right.
Oh my god. Okay, we're finally understanding the level, my friends. I gotta watch a run. I think I watched the second cutscene and I cut the first one, I think. Eric Cartman, no. Don't bring Cartman into this. Oh, because anything with Cartman is silence, buddy. Sorry. I know, I'm a liberal. I've become one of them. I've become one of them. Paul McCartney was too much, man. He was too much.
I think we're almost done here, guys. 15%. Yeah. Yeah. Enormous. Yeah. Right. And I mean, how long did you look at all these rubble and find things? Right. We could clone it. Right?
I'm playing this level for like 1 or 2 more attempts, my friends. Like I'm not gonna keep grinding it out. But
You guys see that?
let's see if we can get like a 108, 107, 106. 106 would be insane.
All the way back there. Sorry, it's rough walking here. Don't sign off yet. We're still haven't gotten to the giant foot. There's one more thing. Yeah. Nope.
Oh no, it's a terrible line. Terrible line. Good.
Yeah. Right. Ah. Yes.
Sometimes you can understand the power that exists.
This is the hand, not the foot. This is the hand. Yeah. It's the hand holding the fist holding the thingy.
This is it. This is the run. I can feel it.
Whatever the thingy is. That thingy that wants to be a sword but it's not. He's holding a nut.
Oh my god, I almost fucked it up right there.
Yeah.
A little wiggly. Oh, this fucking... That was my fault.
Cuticle. And what is this? What is he? What is
Nah, that's not. Maybe.
See? Thingy.
No warp though. Wait. It might be PB, I don't know.
They say it's a piece of cloth. They say it's a scroll with magic power. Now, as a stone carver,
I need the warp though. Pretty shitty line.
to finish the work around the inscriptions here if they both were made at the same time. Some academics can say that the inscriptions was done by a different person than the carver. I can agree with that. Still,
What? Why? That's such bullshit, dudes. Like, fuck off.
I will be very careful with the inscription.
Okay. Should you keep Gaza?
So you can see here.
Yeah, what is going on, man? AI has really lost its edge. I'll try one more time, my friends, but I don't know. I'm not really gonna grind out this level right now.
No, it's not concrete. It's quartzite.
Outside, exactly. And again,
We've got
when I see the purple color, I will assume that it's not the Aswanian quartzite, but more like the ones that comes from the Red Mountains. Now we will
It's a
walk
cool level though.
through what I like to call the untapped zone. But we will see amazing things.
Oh my gosh. That would be epic.
It's just propped up on some blocks. That's true.
The long lost son. Divided in the COVID wars. Oh my god, I literally hit the guy. However, come on, man. However, equal rights and opportunities is a complicated issue. What? Dude, I was on LinkedIn, like, trying to add people. Dude, it's so racist on LinkedIn. It's so insane. I'm saving ad postings just for, like, historical records now. Just how racist this is. It's so insane.
Here's the rest of him.
And sexist. It's crazy.
Well, it doesn't look like concrete here.
Took a side.
We're standing in front of it.
Oh, how insane. Yeah, that time you used logic. Yeah, sometimes it uses logic and reasoning, and sometimes it has a predisposed answer.
Yeah. That's our show for this week. Done.
This is it. This is the run. Wow, this is not the run. That was terrible. I should just look at the fucking where I'm going.
That's not concrete. You can see the different materials.
Wow. Like what? Why? Yeah, I think I'm not gonna play this anymore. I get 108 on it. I think that is my PB though. We'll do more, a couple more for 107 maybe. He's not wrong.
Yeah, all of them have that. Yeah.
He is not wrong. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, if you cut outside and you're chipping away the interior, it's going to be a little taller than you cut. And you just have to smooth off the bottom.
Carl for president.
Yeah, but Yusuf wouldn't have to. He does this.
We should meme Carl Jobs into becoming the president of Australia.
Pours water on us to see it.
Take out Anthony Albanese.
Sorry, guys. There you go.
Come on, man.
Yeah, it's like polished. Right. But what Yusuf says is it's the inside edges that matter when you're looking for machining versus hand tooling. It's like it's this part that really matters.
Wow. I'm amazed I hit him.
Yeah. I don't know where they went. Where is Kemet? Lost in the jungle of rubble.
Come on. Like, why? Like, look how laggy it is, and I didn't get the warp? Like, why?
I can't see them over here. Oh, they went
Oh.
Did you scan? Did you get it scanned? Excellent.
Haven't texted it yet.
Oh yeah. Look at that.
I got a better scan with the
Well done.
the other took a polycam scan with it too, just the other app to make sure.
Yeah.
It'll text you after.
So wiggly.
Cool. Yeah, right. You could glad out in all this rubble. Walk off and vanish.
Is the PP7 the laggiest? I think it is. Might be wrong, though.
Yeah.
I hate this fucking game, guys. Like, come on, man.
Ah. 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 To the bitter end, my friend. Well, it's hovering around 70.
Oh, terrible. That was really bad.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Time to get faded. Right.
Pretty fun level. I'll play some more of it.
Thanks, guys. I've got... No.
AI, how about you leave? No, you leave.
No, I was saying thank you for.
No,
accepting the
you.
offer. Ben gave me a
That's
giant
what it's
battery
it's
pack.
resorted to. This highly intelligent being resorts to know you.
But if you went to the file, put this network, then you wouldn't need to do this around. Which might
I didn't.
Those big gouges in that wall.
Luckily, AI is unable to
They were designed
throw
to
feces at its opponent.
if you build it around the statues, then you would need to. But if you put the statues there later, you don't need to do it.
Sorry, I don't usually talk about feces. I'm not a feces joke guy. I don't know where that came from. Sorry.
See if I can share the screen with what you said. Can you guys see that?
Sorry about that. I run a positive stream. Like, look at that line. I'm such a terrible Goldeneye player. Like, I'm really bad.
It's hard to hold steady.
yeah, these were not cheap, of course. As you can see, they were all rubber. They keep throwing money.
What? Like, come on, man.
Sometimes you can find
It pasted weed. It put a little emote of weed. Can you believe it? A little weed mote. Oh. My nose is so itchy.
that shows power tool cuts. And of course you have that. Again and again you find the
This is not an easy level. This is not a trivial level. I thought it was much more easier than it looks. Or it looks easier than it is.
That's why they leave it rough like this so that the whole leaf will be attached to it. Imagine this amazing for a sight one. You can use it with gold.
See, like this overly decorated
Elusive, you have 103 on Switch, don't you? You have the world record 103. Insane. Come on, this is the run. This is it. This is it. Come on. This is not it. It's not it. S1 tie race. First one, Cali. First. I'll be the first one. Awesome. Oh, you don't have 103? Oh. Oh, the warp sucks, yeah. I bet.
Yeah. We are. What do you say? Yeah, I agree. Best joke. Give us your best joke.
No bullying. No bullying.
There we go. Cheers.
That's insane though, that response.
Give you a lumberjack song?
Okay. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Yeah, we're fine now. Just look down there. Where we move those in the car, so I'm trying to rule out on the stir.
I think that's a highlight to end it on. We love you. Always have. Good night, Adamu.
This is it. This is the run. I can feel it in my bones. Actually, I have no idea. I feel like this warp is like almost, or not random, but I'm terrible at it though.
Unfinished. An analysis of megalithic construction in Egypt. You are listening to Brothers of the Serpent podcast.
Oh wow. Oh
And
moly.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, angels and demons and monsters and serpents. This is Brothers of the Serpent podcast, and we are coming to you, not live, from the 10x10x10 tangent cube of science, where we are nestled amongst the dusty bones of an ancient seabed high atop the Everest Plateau. So, this ought to be interesting. Today's episode is going to be a podcast version of a slideshow slash video presentation that I've been giving on some of these trips about stuff that we noticed in Egypt. Yeah, it's a fun presentation. We'll see how it goes on the podcast. We will try to keep in mind that many of you are listening and not watching, but I will recommend that you're going to need to go watch this to see all the visuals. Because there's a lot. I've got like 180 slides. Well, 181. Kyle just tackled right at the last minute. He was like, "You need this," and he's right. It needed it. So yeah, we got the Watcher with us. He is tuning in from deep beneath his secret space station in secret outer space. Watcher, how you doing, buddy? You there?
Very glad to be here,
Oh yeah.
as always.
And
Good to have you, man.
yeah, it's great to have you. And what did you think of the old Utah trip?
Dynastic leading up to it. This is not ancient. The question is, and then some of this over here, like we don't, what is this? Is this Middle Kingdom? Could this be New Kingdom? Don't know. But there's structures like this all over the place where you just see layers and layers of stuff. So sometimes it can be very difficult to determine what exactly it is you're looking at. What's the oldest stuff? Because it's like geology does this too. Geology has two things. There's erosion and deposition. Erosion is like geological processes tearing down materials, and then deposition is geological processes placing materials. And cultures do this too, but it can be a lot more complex. So somebody could come in here and have a structure, and they take part of it apart and repair it, and that's like erosional and depositional in the same structure. And you see that all over Egypt, like some structures that have been rebuilt or repaired over and over and over again across thousands of years, all the way up to the modern
I don't know.
day.
I might play a little more.
So you have to wonder, sometimes
I might
when you're
play
looking at this,
for like
what exactly are we
106.
looking at? So the place I want to focus on,
And then I
here,
might
what we're
sign
focusing
off
on
or
with
something.
this
I don't know.
pyramid
I
specifically
might go outside. I don't know
are
what
these
to do yet.
casing stones that are remnants down here. And one of the things I want to say about the casing stones, Kyle and I have talked about this on the podcast, about them being like the roofing material.
Yeah.
So if you think of you build your house, or any structure today, you build it out of wood, plaster, all these different materials that aren't necessarily going to survive the elements. So you install a roof on the thing, and then on the roof specifically, you put tiles or shingles, and the common element on these things, shingles or tiles, is stone. Like a common roofing shingle has basically a stone gravel.
Right.
In a tar matrix.
Stands up the best to the sun and water and all that.
Exactly. So what we're looking at here, the casing stones on this pyramid, and also all of the other pyramids,
better.
they were
That was
cased,
better.
and those were the
Tower.
roofs of these structures. So it was to protect this core material that we're looking at here.
The core material in many cases was easier to get, softer stone. It was quarried from nearby. And then the casing
I don't think it's
stones
fast
were
enough.
often harder
I
to
had a
get,
weird ending too.
further away, and they were of a harder
Wow,
material.
terrible.
So they only made one layer of those, and that's all it needed to be the roof.
Right. So the area that we're gonna focus on is right here. So I'm outlining this. This is an area right. This is the entrance to this pyramid. And the reason we're going to focus on it is because what's been done to the casing stones here. But let's go through some images first to get a feel.
Honestly,
for
Elusive, I'm just
the
glad
nature
he's
of these
been
structures on
playing
this
Frigate
pyramid.
Agent.
So this gives you kind of scale. But these blocks,
Keeps him occupied.
They're huge. They're not the biggest blocks you've ever seen, obviously, but these blocks are not small. These and the courses.
Keep encouraging him to just say, "Yeah, buddy, you'll get a completion.
Like maybe half
You'll
the
get an
height of a
A."
human, of a normal person. And then the width of some of these stones is, 6 feet, sometimes maybe 8 feet. And then the depth, like it's hard to see here, but the depth of the stones is also.
Oh, dang it! Yeah, he will too.
Like they go into the pyramid to sit on the core blocks. And sometimes that can be very far.
No,
so it's
that was
interesting
it.
how they were
I
doing
wiggled.
this, and
I wiggled.
Again, this is the roof of the pyramid. And just in this
It's
picture,
so
for
boring,
those of you
yeah. It's
listening,
fun,
there's all these
maybe
interesting
until
marks.
106.
There's nubs, and there's scoops taken out.
I'm already
down
losing
at the bottom.
my fun.
There's lots of scooping. I'm kind of pointing it out here with the arrow. Let's move forward here.
It is cool though. It is cool to get like the good run, the clean run. It's cool. It's a cool run.
Again, the nature of the front, the face of these stones is that they're pillowy. That's the word we've been using. They're kind of
I gotta watch a
like
video
they
too. Like I
aren't
don't know.
finished,
I'm not
they're
doing anything
flat.
right.
And this is very like some of the work you see, the stonework you see in Peru. That there's this heterogeneous style. Now with the casing stones on this pyramid, it's less heterogeneous, more homogeneous, because
these needed to match the core masonry courses. So there are constant horizontal lines. Each course is clearly defined, whereas in Peru, you'll see it waving up and down. The course line may be going up and down. It's not homogeneous. So these are more brick-like because of what they're matching to the courses of the core.
Come
masonry.
on.
Now, I
That warp
imagine
was
they
insane.
they could have made them like difficult.
That warp was
more
crazy.
difficult than
No.
interlocking.
What?
But in this case, they chose to match
I'm
the core
terrible.
masonry, and maybe that's
So bad.
I don't know. Do you think that could have been
That 107 was like a 105 pace
like,
too.
clearly
Whatever.
They could have made this more complicated, but they chose to match the core masonry in terms of courses. So
Crouch
I've been
from
thinking
Aztec,
about
that'll
this.
keep him quite busy. Yeah, true.
Knowing some of the difficulty that they dealt with, I don't know that would be the
I'm rooting for you, man.
decision maker. It seems to make sense though to design them to fit the courses. I don't know.
Yeah. And maybe
Yeah,
not
I
all.
think
Maybe
about
not all of them did. We only have the bottom few courses. Now, I've talked to Ben about this, and he's saying that one of the questions is did this granite casing go all the way to the top of this pyramid?
What?
And it's possible that it didn't. That maybe it went up,
a third of the way.
a third of the way, and then after that it was the Tura. So that would have been very beautiful. You have
Okay.
This granite, by the way, is Aswan granite, so it is quarried from like 500 miles away down the Nile, or up the Nile, but down south.
Yes.
Whereas, like Kyle was saying, the core masonry was gotten from nearby.
My
but the
line is
Tura,
just so
I
terrible.
can't remember this. Do they know the source of where they got the?
The Tura comes from the other side of the Nile.
Okay.
It's from the reason why it's called Tura is because there's a place named Tura.
Oh, okay.
there.
But it's like chert almost.
Yeah, it's basically like a high silicate content limestone that is. I've always looked at it as it's like on the way to becoming flint. It's
Yeah.
almost flint, but it's not quite as pure. So I think it probably has a much higher calcium content than flint does. 'Cause flint is it's like almost all silicates. So there's calcium in there, but it's very, very fine. It's extremely hard. It doesn't you can hit it with a steel hammer and the hammer will bounce off of it. It's
That's
not
right.
like softer limestones you can hit it and it kind of dents the limestone.
Right.
Or just bust some sand off of it, like we've seen some sandy limestone in Egypt. I think what's the pyramid next to the Red Pyramid?
Yeah.
Very sandy, and then the Red Pyramid is actually the sand is
It's like
eroding
melting.
because they took the Tura limestone casing stones off the Red Pyramid.
That's right.
It's eroding, and there's like this giant pile of sand all the way around.
That's right.
The pyramid.
It's red sand.
It's red sand that's coming off of those blocks. So there's all different constitutions of limestone. People ask like, well, how hard is limestone? How quickly does it erode? Well, that just depends on the constitution. And I would imagine
The late wide angle is the key
degree
to the
of
warp.
crystallization.
Yeah.
So Tura, to me, like when I looked at the Tura stones, it reminded me of some of the hardest chert that we have here in the hill country, which is very fine. When you break the chert open, it cleaves like glass. It may be a little more rough, but it kind of has the same sort of
Interesting.
shapes as like a flint stone when you're chipping it, and it's very smooth on the breaking, and you can grind it, but it's harder, right? It's just much harder.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to point out there are these nubs on some of these blocks, and it's interesting how sometimes these nubs show up in rows. Not always, but you can see them.
Like, how am I just so fucking
in
terrible?
rows, like along this third course down here on this image, and the second course down there across here. And I've just wondered about this. We'll see some of this later as well, where the nubs are. So I just want to point that out in this image. And again, note how rough the faces of these blocks are. Let's move forward here.
I don't know, this might be my last attempt, honestly, and then I might try a different level.
Obviously, and they look like they've been sheared off.
Like they've actually been.
We can bring out
they
down
may have extended
some
out
other
much farther
level
than that.
times,
They may
maybe. I
cut
don't know. I
off
might sign
maybe
off.
for
I probably
perhaps
might
for
sign off. I might
convenience
play a little bit of
sake.
Frigate Agent and then sign off or
Don't
something.
know, but again, this is about looking into the minds of the builders. You know, like
And go
'cause
outside
we've
maybe.
seen blocks like this with nubs on them. And sometimes the nubs will extend out
Thanks for being here, though.
10, maybe 12 inches. But these look like they've been cut off. But again, going back to this image, you can see how this is they're roughly faced. So maybe a lot of these have been sheared off, but they're not. But the blocks themselves haven't been faced yet, so they didn't really cut them completely off. They're just getting them out of the way, perhaps for scaffolding or other. I don't know. It's just really interesting to wonder.
I would also imagine, I would speculate that some of the bigger blocks, like in the last picture, the one in the middle that's real pillowy and large, doesn't have any nubs. But I bet it did on the sides that they ended up facing.
Yes.
To put it in.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So that one was like, the ones that have nubs, those were where they left nubs when they were taking it out of the quarry.
Yeah.
And the ones that don't, like they were turned
what?
90 degrees or something and put in this way, and so the nubs were faced off of them on the sides.
Right, because another thing I need to point out is that even though these blocks are very rough on the front faces, the faces we're looking at here, on the sides they are fit incredibly finely to each other. And we'll see some of that as we move forward here.
The other thing you can notice in some of the unfinished faces on some of the blocks is that they look like they're almost vertical. Like a lot of the blocks look angled, like they're somewhat matching the angle of the pyramid, but then other ones are like square.
That's right. Yeah.
So they're not matching the angle yet. So it's clear to me that they plan to come.
Yes. They
cut
were
them into
planning to cut. Yeah, so this is the question we're approaching slowly as we look through these pictures. Is did they plan to face this entirely? So
Yo,
what
what
I'm
a course
pointing out
life.
this image
Had a good session, nice buddy.
is reverse nose. There's one there.
Heck
and
yeah.
there, and you can see it on this and this. So like,
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go outside.
Yeah.
Enjoy the day, enjoy the
notches in
evening.
the
It's a little
bottoms of
rainy
the
though.
blocks, possibly
Cloudy and rainy today.
for maneuvering. I don't know what they were for. Here's some more of them, real clear.
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
Yes.
That might have just ruined it.
And then again, you see how rough the front face of this block is, and this one, and all the ones in this picture are very rough. There we go. So
It's not it. It's not
you
it.
can
It
see
was
lots
shit.
of interesting stuff. This
Why
block
is it
here
so terrible?
looks scooped a bit. These may be quarry
What?
marks, maybe done at the quarry. This one also is scooped horizontally instead of vertically. This one has 2 vertical scoops in it, going down into the sand at the bottom. And then up here, zoom in on that, we can see a very fine face on the side. Because this, you know, either this is missing a block or it was intended to be faced to this one. And so let's go back and talk about what we're looking at here in terms of the facing. Why do we still have these casing stones and not the rest? Well, this place was quarried by people who wanted the granite and possibly the Tura. If the granite casing stones went up 1/3 and the rest of it was done with Tura limestone, all those are gone. But there's granite rubble all around this pyramid, just all around it, from the quarrying efforts of much later peoples who were using this as a source of high quality granite with fine faces on it.
Put some Frigate Agent and then we'll sign
rather than
off
having
after
to
this
go
run.
500 miles, up the Nile to the quarry to get this granite. So this was close by and easy to get. So they were quarrying it to make millstones, and we'll see one of those as we move forward in the picture, an unfinished millstone. So that's why this doesn't have the roof anymore. And the reason why these few courses are left on this face is because there was so much rubble from the quarrying efforts of the courses above this that it actually covered the rubble, covered the base of the pyramid up to the level of the top of this casing. So you can't. So they didn't.
This is
dig
the
it
run.
out. It's like this was protected by their own quarrying rubble, basically. And so the archaeologists came in with machinery and moved all the dug this out to find the
Pretty
entrance,
shit.
I guess. I don't know.
This is not the run. It might
Moved
be.
all the rubble away, and that's why these casing stones still remain. Here's more facing. on the sides. It looks to me like these two blocks were intended to go next to
Come
each other,
on.
but they're just sitting up there.
Like, this fucking sucks.
And then we're gonna look closer at
One more try.
this right here, where you can see how the casing stones have been matched to the core masonry.
Now that top bit there looks like mortar to me.
It does.
The top piece of the limestone.
Yeah.
It's sitting on. There's mortar between the limestone and the casing stone above it.
Yeah. It's interesting how rough it is, though.
But I did take some time to. I went and looked at a lot of the mortar, because in many cases on the Great Pyramid, there's mortar sticking out.
Yeah.
Because the mortar is now much harder than the limestone rock.
Pretty cool level though. I like it.
Itself. So the limestone core masonry is eroding away, and the mortar joints are sticking out.
Yeah. That's right.
And they're extremely hard.
Yeah.
So that's what that looks like to me, just from looking at the other definite mortar.
This right here could be mortar, is what you're saying.
Yes,
This
and
bit.
it was eroded, right? It is heavily eroded, but it just, in the case of the Great Pyramid, where it was like sticking out, in some places it was just much harder.
Yeah,
but it does look.
Come on, what? Like, what's this stupid fucking... Like, guys, I hate this game.
Yeah.
Like, this game is so terrible.
Okay.
It's just so
So
awful.
this is the surface we're going to focus on here.
I'm not going to play that anymore.
This might have been surfaced, flattened, faced like this. And the question is did they do this because they were installing an entrance? But the problem is that there's another flattened surface around the side, which we'll look at in a bit. And as far as we know, there isn't a door over there. So that's interesting. And it made me wonder if maybe when you're doing this job, you have 4 crews, and there's 4 crews, and each crew has a job to face that side of the pyramid. And you start with this, and this might be an alignment. Kyle and I were talking about this earlier. Yes.
I think that maybe these flattened surfaces were made to align as you're going up the pyramid with the casing stones. Once you get your angle set, you flatten up one piece near the base on each side, and that gives you the ability to set a tool and say, this is the angle.
Yeah.
And then from there, you can kind of shoot over the pillowiness, but as the masons are putting further blocks going up,
I'm really bad at this level, guys.
The depth.
Oh, I have
make sure
auto aim
the
off.
blocks are sticking out far enough to where when they get faced,
Maybe I should just go back to fucking surface one.
That's right.
And get 106 or some shit.
So this may have been some kind of precision, or alignment tool.
But
This question is cursed. It is. That is a cursed question. How does it know that? How does it actually know that? Oh, you wrote that info here.
In many cases, as Petrie described, there are these hinging, I don't remember what they're called. Prism blocks.
Prism blocks.
They are designed to rotate with fairly little effort out, so it opens up the passageway where you can get in.
Right.
In order to have it hinge properly,
Give it a hint, yeah.
close nicely, you would need those pillowy surfaces to be flattened. I mean,
Yes.
you couldn't do it with like a giant pillowy block because it wouldn't roll. Like the corner that needs to come back into the interior structure wouldn't be able to do it if it was pillowy.
Oh, so whatever.
The prism block
Yeah,
has to be
right.
flat, and the rest of this needs to be flat as well. Just kind of get, so that's what's interesting is there's this nice square flattened area right around the entrance. There's another one around the east side of the pyramid that we'll look at in a bit. But the question that I had in my mind was, did they intend to do this to the whole pyramid and they didn't finish the job? So one thing I'll mention real quick, this right here, some of you may notice this if you're watching. There are some glyphs here, but this amounts to 19th dynasty graffiti. So it is actual hieroglyphs, but this is, these pyramids on Giza are considered by the standard model to have been built in the 4th dynasty, Old Kingdom. 19th dynasty is New Kingdom. It's like 1,000 years later or something. I don't know the specific numbers. But there isn't any 4th dynasty writing on this. This is much later. And then again, looking at this flat surface, notice, and I'm pointing this out here on the images, notice how whatever tool they were using or whatever their method was, it doesn't matter where they don't seem to care where the blocks end, and it has this radius. And in some cases, they removed up to 12, maybe 18 inches of material from these blocks. This was a big job. I mean, you're removing a lot of material. It looks like they took a giant belt sander to it, almost.
Yeah, it's got that. It's got a nice big sweeping curve at the edges there.
Right. Here's another look at that same side. And keep in mind also that this, this is a pyramid, so it's angled. So I'm taking this picture, I'm looking up.
Another thing to think about in this photo,
Appreciate.
for future, because we are going to talk about this at some point, but this is a great illustration of blocks going around corners.
Yes.
So they laid these courses all in a line, and then when they flattened these, at the edges, if there was a wall that was going to be extended out at the edge of where they flattened it here, these blocks that were flattened up to that point would look like they were going around
the corner. That's right. Absolutely.
Anyway, we'll see some of that later.
Perfect.
And we need to take a break.
We do need to take a break. We will be right back. 5 slides. It's 5 slides.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brothers of the Serpent podcast. Continuing on with the presentation here on the, what is it called? Unfinished. Unfinished.
That's right. So let's move forward through some slides here. We're still looking at this flat area on the front of Menkaure, the small pyramid on Giza. This is the other side. Again, I'm looking up, taking a photograph, looking upwards. So those bottom blocks are basically at my eye height, and you can see again there's this radius where the whatever tool they were using stopped the facing, and look how much material was removed. I wish I had something in here for scale to show you, but again, this is probably a foot of granite.
Yeah, we'll have to get something for scale in there next time.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Here's another look at it, and again, you can see the radius of the tool. Really interesting. And I love how it just doesn't, it doesn't seem to care where the blocks start and end. It just, they wanted this square.
In this one, it looks like the tool may have been taller than one course of block. So they run it from side to side. And then, they go past this lower course here.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to look at that closer, too.
Yeah. So here's the lower part of the right side of the flat face. And I just want to point out this interesting little feature right here. We were talking about blocks going around corners. So this is just, what is the decision that you're making here? We were talking about how in general, the blocks match the core masonry, but this one seems to go, around its own little corner here. So they're just giving it a little bit of a lock. I love this. There are these little details in these structures that you see where you just you understand that the masons are just yeah, we're freaking awesome. That's why we did that. Why do we do that? Because we're badass. So, this image, Ben sent me this, so I just have the one. This is the flattened face on the east side of the pyramid, which is, we're about to go around that side, but I just wanted to show this picture. This is one where it's flattened and there isn't a door. So like Kyle was talking about, could this be for, aligning your angles? What would be the right term? Surveying, possibly you mounted something here to check, to look upwards and check.
Yeah, it's like you're preparing the proper
so
angle and
laggy?
surface before they lay the rest of the courses up there, so you can make sure that those courses are all going to match that angle.
Right.
Because you can imagine let's say the masons are going up further and they're way up there, because all of the faces of the blocks are pillowy, you can't look down and eyeball and say, okay, yeah, these are roughly in the same, they're, in other words, they need to be deep enough to slide in, fit snugly against the core masonry, but stick out far enough to that when they get faced at the angle, that it will be a complete.
Should have just trusted
There
myself.
won't be any voids.
Right.
If the block was too not deep enough, and you fit it in there, and then when you go to face it,
It's
at
like
the
a
proper angle,
drag.
you go up there, and the facing machine only touches like one piece of the block that's sticking out far enough, and the rest of it becomes a void.
That's right.
So you would
pretty
want
fun.
to avoid
having voids in your faces. That's right.
So I just imagine this is like, let's set the angle.
Then again, I don't have 102
then
like
you
Carl.
can set up a surveying instrument against that face and use it, in a more simplified way to measure, or to at least shoot.
Does he have 102? He might not have 102.
Up there and see.
He
that
should.
These blocks are sticking out far enough. Now you'd have to do it. It would be a little more complicated than just shooting.
Or was
that
he
direct
not the
line,
first to get it?
But you'd have to have something that came off of this surface a few feet.
Yep.
And then you're using that, like even if it
Who
was
was the
just
first to get it? I think it was
string line,
David
string,
Clemens, actually.
Yeah.
And say as long as the blocks,
Might be wrong.
like the shallowest part of the block is within a foot of that string,
Yeah.
you're good.
You're good. Right. And again, you have to remember that all of this is at an angle, which makes it harder than just making a flat surface. It seems like they're prepping this to be done to the entire set of casing stones, and for whatever reason, they didn't finish.
First
the job.
call after wow,
Also,
insane.
this would be useful for going not only up,
Thank you
but
for
to the
confirming.
sides.
Yes.
Thanks
like
for the lesson.
If they placed these middle blocks first, then they could shoot to the sides.
Why Carl was the
Go
OG?
down and
What?
To reach the corners, you want to make sure the corner blocks are all sticking out far enough.
That's right.
Yeah, so it would be handy as a surveying, I don't know, site preparation for a surveying instrument.
Right. So part of the idea here, one of the things that we're looking at are these enormous construction projects that, for whatever reason,
I guess
left
Clem was the
unfinished
OG in this
the
level.
middle of the job. Sometimes
In
it
difficulty
seems right
and
near
time.
the end of the job, and it doesn't get completed. And that is what I think these two flattened faces on Minkara are showing us, that they intended to do this to the whole thing, and they didn't finish the job.
Oh wow, insane.
So, here's a pile of granite rubble. This was all pushed away from the pyramid. This is just one picture of one of the piles. There's just stuff like this lying all over the place, and you can see these beautiful flat surfaces on these things. So presumably people were coming in here and cutting out this granite, removing this stuff, pulling these blocks off the pyramid because they wanted either flat surfaces,
So wiggly,
or they
man.
just needed granite for making millstones. You can kind of see it now. We're looking at a Google Earth image, and you can kind of see around here there's just piles of this rubble all around. So what we're
This is
doing
not
now is
it.
we
I fucked
we
it up
walked
anyways. It
around
wasn't it
to
anyways.
the east side, from the north side of the pyramid where the entrance is.
Oh,
We walked around
man.
to the east side of the pyramid, and there is this mortuary temple is what it's called. The mortuary or pyramid temple of Minkara right here. And that's what we're going to look at next.
And you see the actual causeway going off into the distance. there,
Yes,
too.
that's right. The causeway is there. So this is, we've walked around the pyramid, we're looking at the corner of this thing, and now this is made of highly eroded, enormous limestone blocks. There's lots of interesting features I could point out on this that sort of do some indications of possibly where, like this groove in this block right here may be an indication of where it was buried in sand. If it was buried in sand up to this level, then the wind-blown sand going across that surface would erode this groove into this block. We saw this all over Egypt. You can kind of see it going around the corner here. The wind-blown sand right at ground level will cut these grooves into the block. But there's other interesting marks. People may have been, again, we're looking through many thousands of years of stuff. So like, what are these marks here? Did the builders leave those? Or is this something else? Somebody else cutting stuff out of it? It's not really clear. But you just notice the extremely heavily eroded blocks along the top of this temple, this structure. These up here, the blocks at the top, these would presumably have been exposed. Some of this other stuff was presumably buried in sand and maybe rubble for a long time. But these up here,
Come
the ones
on,
that have been
please
exposed
help
for a long
me.
time are
Please,
they
game.
look like sponges.
Please.
They're just
I didn't even
so
duck.
degraded.
Whatever. If I ducked, would have been it, maybe.
I've zoomed in
Yeah,
here so you
maybe.
can kind of
I don't
see
know why I
it.
didn't duck.
Okay.
Whatever.
So this is where this structure connects to the casing stones of the pyramid itself. So my question, when I was looking at this, and the question we've been asking ourselves is, because again, the standard model considers all this to be of a piece. In other words, the pyramid itself and this pyramid temple all put in place at the same time by the same construction, by the same builders for the same pharaoh, for Menkaure. And yet here we already have the question of, did they intend to face all these stones and never finish the job? Because you can see here, these casing stones for the pyramid are still puffy, pillowy. They haven't been flattened like those other areas. And then where this
I hate this game.
pyramid temple connects to those casing stones, it's butted up against those unflattened, unfaced stones. I'm going to zoom in a bit here so you can see it. So, and I talked to Randall about this, that if you're a builder and your intent is to build a structure all at once that has multiple rooms, like this temple, in other words, would be if it was built by the same people and it was intended to be part of the pyramid, you wouldn't do it this way. These limestone core blocks of this temple should go through the casing and all the way to the core masonry of the pyramid itself, and then that's cased, right? In other words, like if you have a house and you want to add a room to it, or if you're just building the house from the ground up and you're putting a room somewhere, you don't finish.
I'm traveling too
the whole
far in that
house and put
room.
the siding on, and then
I'm going too
build
far in.
your extra room. Or if you're adding a room, you take the siding off and you connect those walls to the interior structure of the house. Lock it in to the load-bearing walls of the structure. You don't just sort of attach it to the exterior facing. To me,
unless you're the only thing I would say is different about that is that these casing stones aren't load-bearing.
That's right.
This is not the same as a siding, which is definitely not load-bearing.
That's right.
But your point is valid in its other respects.
You're right, because they're giant blocks, they can bear lots of load.
Yeah.
But it seems like what we see with the flattened areas is the intent was to flatten the whole thing. They clearly didn't, building this temple up against this, they were putting it up against blocks, casing stone blocks that were not flattened. And
This is probably my last run. I'm probably gonna sign off after this run.
Make those temple walls go through the casing and attach to the core masonry of the pyramid itself, and then build the casing around that.
Right. If they plan to encase the temple, which is made of limestone, obviously.
Oh, the boost, insane. Insane boost. Come on, let's clutch
you
it.
Want to case that too. So my
Such
thought
a
was,
rare boost.
Well,
that was so
while
random.
they're casing the pyramid, they could be building this limestone structure, and then they could plan to case it later.
Come on.
But the problem
No!
with that is if you're planning to flatten the surface, now you've got all of that debris raining down on this other structure that's like...
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It would
It was
be
like
a mountain of
104.
debris. So, anyway. Continue.
Sorry for screaming in the mic.
So what do you think that means?
I'm basically saying that I'm on the side of the fence that is like, this is a later structure. This is a later addition by different builders.
That's right. That's the point that I'm trying to get at here, is that it implies to me that somebody
That was
built
pretty
this
funny, though.
pyramid and intended to flatten the face of all of the casing stones and didn't finish the job. And at a later point, somebody came and added this structure. And they clearly added it to an unfinished structure without altering that structure very much. This is another look at it, and this is an image that has a millstone. So you can see somebody was in the process of taking a granite casing stone and making a millstone out of it.
You can also see that just the way that these limestone blocks are laid. Although it is awesome, it is not nearly to the degree of precision, I guess you would say.
That's right.
It just looks much different than the way the granite stones are laid.
That's right.
They seem to be much finer. Now, the limestone is more heavily eroded, but just in the, you can just see the sort of tilting and the sort of haphazard way that they're sort of set together. It's just not quite to the same degree of skill as the granite blocks.
That's right.
Come on, man.
And again, note the
Like
piles
what?
of rubble, granite rubble here above the casing.
What?
In
Like
other
what?
words, it's not bad. It just looks like a different
Oh,
builder.
man.
Now, there's no reason to think that with a job this big, you wouldn't have multiple different contractors. Just think of a modern job.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we're going to hire this builder to do this part. You know, then you got this other builder that's doing this other part, and then maybe you have your general contractor guy who's kind of overseeing the whole thing. He's not he's not the builder necessarily doing the work or his style.
Yeah,
so
you have AAA Pyramids doing the pyramid,
Yeah.
and you got Johnson's Temples doing the temple.
So
That sucks.
So you have different styles, all in the same structure.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, that's understandable. But I still think that this is, if you were the general contractor on this job, you would make sure that at least that hallway connects to the core masonry if you're planning to case the entire thing.
That's right. Even if you weren't, you could have the granite casing stones sort of finish out against the limestone and have the limestone go all the way through, you know, and you can maybe come around the corner and sort of...
I would say if you weren't planning to case the temple, then you should case the pyramid first and then put the temple in.
Yeah. Yeah, and flatten the casing stones, seemingly. I don't know.
One of my thoughts initially about the not flattening the casing stones before putting these walls up is that the casing stones being irregular, when you cut the limestone block to fit against it, it sort of locks it in place. Now, if they were flat, it would just be two flat surfaces. Now, we're talking about huge stones here, so it doesn't, I mean, you know, but you're not screwing it into the wall or anything, right? So in a modern situation with flimsy pieces of
Like,
wood,
what's this
you would
fucking
want to
game,
screw it
man?
into
Like,
the
this
wall. If you
fucking
couldn't,
stupid
you want
game.
it to lock into that wall somehow.
That's right.
So this is one way of like locking those tall walls into place so that they don't want to shift, you know, lean in or out because they're up against this irregular surface.
Right.
So that was
There's all kinds of questions about this. This is what's so fascinating about looking at these pictures, like what actually was going on here.
Yeah, and then once the surface was faced, it would appear as though the granite casing stone sort of went around corners into the limestone, and the limestone vice versa. If a limestone was going deep into a recess between the granite pillowiness.
Yes.
It's hard to explain, but yeah, they would look like they were alternately going around corners.
So this is a view of the pyramid, the east face of the pyramid from inside the temple, one of the areas inside the temple. And again, you can see these, you can see these, I don't know, these deep cuts, almost like
giant trenches, horizontal trenches cut in the side of the walls.
Yeah, looks like what we see here would be water erosion, but this is probably sand. This is another view from inside. Just looking around inside here. And you can see these blocks are freaking huge. There's a view looking out towards the other two pyramids, Khafre and Khufu.
Why?
But what was interesting were these blocks on the inside of this temple. So we're talking, again, we're thinking about multiple stages of building, possibly a large amount of time passing between each stage. And there are these casing stones on the interior of this temple. There's not very many of them left, but there were some, and I tried to get as many pictures of them as I could. And this again is a completely different style. You see that they've cleanly faced
I hate this game, man. I really hate this game.
But left the corners puffy. Now this is interesting because those corners, if it was faced completely, those sharp corners that would result from completely facing it all the way out to the edges would be the most vulnerable parts of the block. They would be vulnerable to breakage as you're moving them around, putting them in place or whatever. So leaving them like this, where the corners aren't, sharp, protects that if you do intend later to come along and face it and make it all perfectly smooth. It's not clear that they did intend to do that. But this block in the middle, it does
Fast.
seem like they may have faced it all the way flat. I'm not sure, because this one sticks out. You see this? This one might be completely faced. I don't know.
You can kind of see a small line down
There
at
is
the
a little
bottom.
bit of a line here at the bottom, yeah.
Wait, why?
But what's interesting is
Come
how
on,
these
man.
blocks are connecting to the limestone core of the temple itself. So we'll look at that here. This is another shot of the faces of the block. So you can see it's flat in the middle of the block, but the edges have been left rough. And that gives you a scale. These blocks are not small. So yeah, these look like chisel marks to me. So I'm wondering what was happening here.
And they go from the block above through to the block below. So
That's right.
It looks like.
And then look here.
You're still here,
They
thanks,
cut
guys.
in to this block to place these.
Yeah, it may have been.
And over here, they cut in to this block to place this one.
But you can see in some of the erosion where it hasn't really cut a
I'm
channel.
a big Johann Sebastian Bach fan
It's made
myself.
stone, like Swiss cheese, basically, like you were saying. So maybe they're cutting out some of that weaker
Yeah,
material.
they're removing the weaker material. So in other words, what we're looking at here possibly is a third stage.
Oh,
of
come
building.
on, this
In other
little
words,
guys,
that
this fucking.
this core masonry of this temple had to have some time to become eroded before somebody else later
We got
came
time
in
for
and
classical.
was trying to protect this structure by installing these granite or diorite, whatever they are. They look like diorite to me. They look kind of like the same material that the Serapeum block boxes are made of. But I'm not sure what this material is. But it is a kind of black granite with crystal inclusions. So that's the question. Are we looking at 3 stages of building here with 2 intermediary periods of undeterminate age or length? How long does it take? How long does it take for this temple to become?
This might be my last attempt. I know I said that about
kind of,
half an hour ago, but like honestly, I'm losing my mind here.
Looks like they were
Terrible
they've done
line.
elsewhere on Giza, matching new casing to old erosion, like they did in the Valley Temple and in the Sphinx Temple. So that's one of the questions. Again, is like we see over and over that it seems like somebody was doing a giant building project, didn't quite finish the job. A lot of time passes, and somebody else comes along and does
Oh,
another
fuck this
giant
game.
building project, and maybe they don't finish the job. And then somebody else comes along way later after that's all eroded, and then starts to try to protect it with new casing stones. So how much time are we talking about passing here? This is a question I don't have the answer for, but it's a good one to ask. So now we're moving over to, we're looking at Khufu. This is the Great Pyramid. This is the east side, I think. This is the basalt paving out in front of this ridiculously enormous structure. And it's beautifully flat. And this is another one where it looks like somebody was installing these tiles, these basalt tiles, onto an already eroded surface of the plateau itself. So here's a look down into a pit where you can kind of see the edges of the tiles. And they're rough. Now, it's not really clear what we're looking at here. Some of this
This
may
is
be
it. This is the
modern
run.
attempts at repairs.
This is the one.
Some of this may be
I can
mortar.
feel it. This is it. This
I
is the
don't know.
one.
But this is the area where there's lots of saw marks and saw cuts, and they're always evident on the edges of these tiles.
Come on,
But
like
my
why?
question is how much repair work was done in modern times for this? Did these tiles always have these irregular
What?
subsurfaces, the bottoms of the tiles? Were they always irregular like this, or is that just breakage after? Was it completely disturbed and the bottoms of the tiles were exposed and they've been chipped off and broken, and then when they tried to repair the tiling in the surface, they put in a bunch of mortar to fill in all those holes, or is that how they were cut?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Now there are other places where
Here's a saw mark.
they're clearly complete. They're sitting right on the bedrock.
Yeah. But look at this. This looks like an
That looks like a
intentional
piece of
cut.
mortar.
I know, but this corner. Right, I agree that it's matched to some mortar here, but this corner looks intentional on the basalt. It kind of goes nicely around a 90 degree here.
Yeah, or it was just the result of some other block that was taken.
Yes, that's right.
From a large
Oh, I hate this game. I hate this game. I
Well,
hate this
we're only
game.
using this for a tile.
Right. And again, these are installed in some cases on older, possibly older limestone tiles below them. And these are also in many cases heterogeneous. They have there's one going around a 90 degree, in other words, not matching.
Little step.
Yeah, a little step, not matching the horizontal course of the one next to it. So that's the question. Is this a broken tile and they've filled it in with mortar, or is this how it was originally made? Don't know, but look how perfect
Oh, come on,
the
man.
upper surface is. It's just so beautiful. And then we have this video. Kyle took this. So what is this?
This is just a piece of the basalt tiling it's now like an island because everything else around it had been busted
Yeah, because
up
they
or
were
whatever.
cutting this out. They were making these trenches for lighting,
Well, yeah, but,
wiring.
yes, they did that, but also, I mean, this thing has been destroyed at the edges, right? It's just
Yes,
gone
that's
at
right.
the edges, and even the basalt chunks are gone.
Yeah.
So this is like this little island that's left, and I was just amazed at these 2 or 3 blocks up here, and I at one point was measuring their level with this little precision level that I have. This video was just comparing it to the rest of the tiling. It's
Right.
cool.
So let's take a look here.
Fucking game. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, this is boring as all get out too.
Well, it matches with the rest
Thanks,
of
bro.
the surface out there.
Oh yeah, look at that.
This is my last one. This one.
And
That was
it's
just
on this
that was
heavily
painful. That
eroded
104,
rock.
that last lock, that was really painful. That was whatever.
Yeah, it's
Or is
amazing.
that-
I guess I just gotta
is
keep
that
playing.
Limestone
Old
tiles?
tile?
I don't know.
Right, but it's clear again.
But it was just so well made. So the point is like after
See you,
however
buddy.
many thousands of years, these 2 tiles are still sitting relatively level and at the same
This is the run. This is the last one.
height as all of the other
This is
tiles
it.
that they have been completely separated from. at this
Right.
point.
It's just amazing.
It's just well done.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, just a quick look here at the Valley Temple. This is another case of a structure that seems to have been built out of gigantic, enormous limestone core blocks. And then after some amount of time had passed where those core blocks eroded due to the elements, somebody came in and cased it in granite.
Why? Like what the
And
fuck,
this structure is
man?
absolutely beautiful. And again,
Which is interesting because the interior of this temple is granite.
Like,
right.
Come
Granite
on, man.
columns. It had a granite roof.
That's right.
So, but the exterior walls were these just gigantic limestone.
All right, one more. This is the last one.
Yeah, and I think Ben said that the outside was also cased. It's just all gone. Almost all
Yeah,
of it's
yeah.
gone. Yeah.
Right. So the point is why did they? This is a separate point, but why did they choose these different stones if it was the same builder?
Yeah.
Or did they find this heavily eroded just exterior wall and decided to case it and then build like columns and stuff out of granite on the inside?
Yeah. Yeah, or maybe there were there were remnants of limestone columns and stuff in the interior, and they tried to copy it. They just removed, who knows? But that's a great question. Yeah. But again, this is one of the temples where there's just no writing. It's just the walls are silent. They speak in a different way. And these blocks go around corners. So now we're looking at an image where you're looking into a kind of hallway. And you can see how these blocks go around the corners. This one especially. And its matching block on the other side definitely goes around the corner in a big way. But all of them kind of do a little bit.
Yeah, at least a couple of.
Come on, 106,
Yes.
please, 106, please.
So, if this was done in the same style, and I generally think it was, that these
Okay,
blocks,
no, that's
if
it.
you're think
I'm
back
done. That
what
was the
we're
last
looking
one.
at the Menkaure pyramid and the
What?
casing stones
How was that
there,
107?
that this block would have
What?
been
The first
perfectly
lock
able
was
to
terrible.
stick, would have been
That's
had
it.
a lot of
It's
material
fine.
here.
I'm not sure that those are
And
the
here.
same.
And it was
block.
1.2. Maybe with
But they
2.2
do
would be
go around
better,
the
but
corner.
whatever.
Oh, you think this one is a different block? You're right. It could
This
be.
one goes around the corner on the back wall. It goes around the corner towards us a little bit.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Right.
I'll
So
raid
they-
somebody.
So the point is if they were puffy, you know, up to like 2 to 3 inches or something,
Yeah. There's the line right there.
they were faced off 2 to 3 inches. You would see that's how they appear to go around the corner.
Terrible children.
Okay. Next.
I mean, they do.
They definitely go around the corner. Look at this monster. This block right here. It's absolutely enormous. And then this one on this side. Some of these blocks are just unbelievably huge. And yeah, there's this, what looks like in these corners